Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for attending this second day. We are very happy to have you here and through streaming to attend this second day of the conference. And to start with, we will welcome the Governor of the Central Bank of Portugal, Mário Centeno, to have his presentation. And at the end, if there is time, you can also make some questions. Thank you.
Buenos días. Ya trataré de cambiar al inglés, pero...
Good morning. I will soon change to English, but I did want to thank the Central Bank of Chile for the invitation to be here today.
Try to also unlock your spirits to the wonders of data and information and statistics, which is a very important topic for central banks and certainly also for Bank of Portugal. Yesterday morning I was in Museo de Arte Precolombina and it was quite interesting to see how important it was already in the Precolombina times in this region, the treatment of information. It was actually recorded in textiles, in quite inventive ways of transporting information across the territory with very strict and detailed methods, using colors, using all sorts of things that they had available by then to carry information over time, over the space, different regions. So this is quite a bit of an old challenge for people in our societies. And so we need to think of that with a good spirit, taking the challenges, using more and more information, new technologies. They come with things that sometimes we don't know exactly how to deal, security, personal data protection. But the story of humanity probably is one of dealing with data and information, and we need to continue with that. I used to say that there will be no good policies if we don't have good data and a little bit of good economic analysis as well in our case. So good data goes hand in hand with good policies. So we need to take care of the basics, and that's precisely information. We like to see Bank of Portugal as an increasingly data-driven central bank. We've been compiling tons and tons of data, dealing with that. I will tell you a little bit about it. Luis will also tell you about some new features of what we are doing in the bank in the next panel. But data is an integral part of the life in Bank of Portugal. And then at the end of my presentation, I will try not as technical as the sessions of yesterday and this morning, but I will deep dive on the importance of data to ensure a smooth transition to low carbon economy and the perils and challenges of artificial intelligence for all of us. So, good data is a prerequisite of good policies. I mean, in my life as a decision maker, I was faced many, many times with the importance of having good information to sometimes even destroy a little bit of the ideological approach that we sometimes take, not taking good economic analysis into the decision-making process. I'm going to share with you very briefly one of these examples. I was dealing with the adjustment program of Portugal, and we were already exploring social security data records, individual records. Every month we have at the Bank of Portugal the information of wages paid to more than 4 million Portuguese salaried workers. And there was this debate on whether wage flexibility was enough for the Portuguese economy to adjust, which was a key theme in the adjustment program. It is a very important topic to design labor market policies. And at some point, I was shown a graph in which there were basically no evidence, almost zero, examples of nominal wage reductions in Portugal. And that figure, that chart, contradicted all the evidence that we were gathering at the Bank of Portugal with the social security records. And I went on and asked for the Excel file with the chart just to see how the beans compared with ours at Bank of Portugal. And I came to the conclusion that the person that had constructed that chart had deleted the beans below zero, showing a graph that had only wage increases and no wage reductions. Actually, these omitted beans represented 25% of the distribution. It was kind of a heavy censoring of the data, right? We need to be very cautious with the way we deal data. Data is very powerful. Data revisions are a killer to credibility, to those that will have to face citizens and face decisions and explain them. Sometimes they are very difficult. So good data dealt with care and sometimes even love is very important for us to proceed in our duties as central bankers. And this citation by Stiglitz, Fitoussi, and Duran, I'm not going to read it, but it's, again, a very strong statement on these regards. So Bank of Portugal is indeed using data as an asset to our everyday life. This goes from monetary policy very heavily in supervision. Research, of course, is a major area in which we use data, but we have a very strong statistical department that helps us in getting all this data around and in returning value to the society. So data goes through all the organization. One of the key issues that we were able to develop, and this is something that is always being improved, is the sharing of data in the Bank of Portugal. So going away from this silos idea that it's almost proprietary, the data, and once a department or a unit of the bank uses one specific data set, it remains exclusive of that area. We developed quite ambitious programs of integrated data management in which we were able to give to all the bank, virtually all the bank, the possibility to use data that is compiled in a data warehouse. That's very important to make data usage more common and spread over the bank. To make this possible, we need also to give people, teach them how to use such a data architecture. This includes science labs. We have a centralized unit in the bank that shares this information and provides also assistance to people in dealing with the data. It is quite important that everyone uses exactly the same data and everyone understands the operations that we need to do and to perform in order for the data to be usable. Because at the end of the day, we need a single definition of credit, a single definition for wages, a single definition for inflation, of course, because otherwise the cacophony that generates around the bank and the communication makes things impossible to communicate. And that's also something that we have been pressing on and again, and still is an ongoing job that it's never completed, believe me. To improve the quality of data usage, we have to improve data skills for our staff. I already mentioned a bit of these. We have created what we call the BDP Academy, which is a data science school. Every year, many of our employees go through a learning experience that spreads the most innovative and up-to-date knowledge in terms of data management and usage. There are always new challenges since the pre-Colombino period, as I started commenting with you. Microdata today are the mainstream and have become more granular, more usable, and we always tend to start the data journey as much as possible from microdata. Of course, this requires new knowledge, new techniques, because very often new data sources, very large data sources arrive at the bank, and we are always, on a very regular basis, increasing our list of data sets that we have available. This brought the bank to the world of big data, which is when an increasing share of the projects that we have with the IT department. Sometimes these very big data sets are very well structured. Sometimes they are really not that well structured. So we need more and more of going to the data science domain and analyzing and explore this very sometimes rough data landscape. Quite often, as I mentioned at the beginning as well, security and privacy become a major concern. We need to take this very high on our agenda to also make possible that other institutions that generate the data are willing to share it with us. I will say that so far so good. We have no incident of security or privacy breach in the bank in the last many years. So we need to still keep this very high on our agenda. The world is developing very fast, and artificial intelligence and advanced analytics for central banks are a challenge. They are challenges because they generate, for example, this idea of lack of trust. People considering that this information is being exposed to too many people with too few checks and balances. But it also generates tons of opportunities for us. Certainly to facilitate decision-making, because we have artificial intelligence. I'm not an expert, so I'm a little bit hesitant how deep I will go in the concepts. But artificial intelligence are algorithms. They search for landscape of almost infinite data information, and algorithms need some guidance. They need an objective function. And that's precisely where I think we must invest the most, to be able to control the way these algorithms operate on the information we give them to search. Because if we don't do this from the outset, we will not be able to rank solutions, to understand what the algorithm is telling us, and losing control of these technologies is something that really becomes a problem. But again, algorithms already existed. If you go to the museum of yesterday, it had a big impact on me, believe me. And you see the textiles that were produced 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, with all the details, the information that, according to experts, is recorded in pockets that were supposed to carry grains, simple grains, but the amount of information that people recorded in those textiles and the amount of work that was in there, I mean, we should not complain. We should not complain because we have the technologies, we just need to learn how to use it, how to use them. And of course, as central banks, and we are always in central banks, tempted to see ourselves as in the higher part of the talent of our societies, and this is very good for us, but we need to also learn how to better manage this talent and to create faster and efficient and more efficient analysis under the scrutiny of a growing, very fast growing volume of data. So at the Bank of Portugal, we've been taking this into our operations at various levels, trying to build these AI and advanced analytics from very close to what I mentioned here as business use cases, so bottom-up approach in the most single unit of the bank to generate creative solutions using what I call responsible AI frameworks. And responsible AI frameworks, to me, as top management of the bank, is that we really need to understand what is going on behind the AI algorithm. Promoting data culture, I mean, it's of the essence. I've mentioned that several times already. So I just want to show you a few examples in which already today an AI platform is used at the bank in the different areas of the bank. In statistics, we faced with very, very large data sets with millions and millions and millions of observations. Detecting anomalies in data report is absolutely key. We have this central register, central credit register, which has information on all the credits of all banking sector. It's a very, very heavy data set. Errors there may cost people a note in this register center that makes it impossible for these people to get new credit. So errors there are very costly to people. So detecting errors is very important, and we've been using AI to help us with that. Also in supervision, in the different levels of supervision, going through credit contracts templates that are more easier to validate using these techniques. Also, the numerous complaints that we receive from the public and treating them fast and accurately, it's made more easier with these platforms as well. Our markets division have also developed with an AI framework analysis of media that go through, and countless information and data and web pages to extract market sentiment. So this has been quite a journey for us already in the Bank of Portugal using the AI platform. Now to finalize, I hope I can leave at least 5 minutes for us to interact on this idea of the importance of data to ensure this transition to a low-carbon economy is made easier. And I'm putting these few slides here to tell you the importance of getting the data first. It is quite important for the decision-making process at the different levels of central banking that we are faced with this issue, this challenge of climate change, that we get the data correctly. If we don't have good data, it will be impossible to communicate to people. First of all, what are the commitments that we need? What is the implication of these to the balance sheet of banks for financial stability? But more importantly, to show progress. If we do not show progress on this front, we will risk a fatigue of all stakeholders in this very and crucial, important issue to all of us. If you go to Google and you try to get wage series for different countries, and wages are a central part of our experience in the labor market, you will find a hard time getting totally comparable wage series. Again, wages is not something weird. It's what pays our effort every day. And in economics, we've been dealing with wages for more than 400 years. And still, if you go to the web and try to get wage series comparable across jurisdictions, you will not find them very easily, believe me. So now imagine issues like climate change. The noise that is around us in the information collecting regarding these issues. The deniers that apologetically arrive in our debates because of lack of suitable data. This is a big issue, and central banks, with all the knowledge, the experience they have at dealing with data, need to step up and provide a very strong contribution to get these reliable, granular, granular, comparable, and relevant information vis-à-vis climate change. It is a global problem, so I think global cooperation is absolutely crucial. We have already set up a few mechanisms to work with these, certainly at the BIS, the OECD, the ECB, most prominently the Network for Greening of the Financial System, which is a network of central banks that is growing and growing in importance. But bridging data gaps is still our most important and crucial task, and we really need to bring all our resources to that. Certainly bringing private providers to these together with public sources. Supervised institutions are absolutely key because they have access to firms, to households, to what's going on in our economy. All efforts cannot be spared for us to get this done. I think I'm going to skip this for the sake of the 4 minutes that I still have to talk with you. So I am available. Thank you. Questions you may have.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for your speech. It's always interesting seeing the experience of other central banks, and it looks like the Bank of Portugal is quite ahead in the use of artificial intelligence, which is interesting to see. I was interested in the AI platform that you mentioned for various analyses that you're doing within the bank. Is that something that was developed in-house, or was that from external providers that were contracted by the bank? Thanks.
It's a little bit both. As I mentioned, we try to develop these experiences in a very bottom-up perspective, because to my interpretation and my advice is always that we need to remain in control of what we see after the algorithm operates. And in order for that to be true, or to be the case, you really need to bring a very almost down-to-earth approach. Of course, the methodologies and this platform, which is not really a uniform platform in the sense that it operates in different areas of the bank, but we use external resources to get this done. Again, the key thing is to have a very clear and complementary approach, in my view. Even if this makes it slow or slower, it's better to stay in control than jumping into very brave outsourcing of these issues. Then you'll lose control on the process. So yes, it's a little bit in both.
Thank you, Mario, for a very interesting presentation. You mentioned that microdata was really mainstream in your institution. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on the type of microdata that you're using. Obviously, I mean, you get prudential microdata from your supervisory function, but you also mentioned social security data at the very beginning. I mean, how far can you go, or how far do you have access to microdata from other parts of the Portuguese administration? Is it easy to get this, and how is this established?
Yeah, it's a long tradition at the bank, and this also helps, of course, in getting new data sources. I don't know if I have the list on top of my head, but because we are not virtually, but very often adding new data to this list. But they go from the central credit register is a very important data set in terms of the credit field, in which all credit provided by the banking sector are in this data set. This is more natural for a central bank. Then we have, indeed, information, individual information, firm by firm, worker by worker of Social Security on a monthly basis. We know we can trace the work experience of workers going from one firm to the other, from that firm to unemployment insurance, then go back to work, then totally to inactivity without any support, and then eventually retiring, and then you have the pensions that this individual receives. We have this in a very detailed way. Then we have all invoices that are issued by all firms in Portugal, one by one, with the identification of the buyer, with the identification of the seller, the sector. We can, with a lag of a couple of months, get the information of the whole economic activity that is going on in the country. We also have, already for quite some time, a very large data set that was created in Portugal at the beginning of this century with all information for the more than 300,000 firms of Portugal, of the balance sheet of the firms, the results, the financial conditions. This is an annual data set. It is very important for the National Institute to compute national accounts, which was a big improvement on the quality of that. We also are responsible to, actually, it is the Bank of Portugal, in a unit of the statistical department, that manages this very large data set. So it is really comprehensive, and we can be, if we don't take this with a great caution, the idea of Big Brother is getting close, so we need to be very responsible and very demanding on the way all this information is dealt with by the bank. And yeah, we have, and I'm of course not mentioning other micro data the sets that we have at the bank. So the approach is, let's always start with the micro and then build this up to the aggregate level with distributions, with measures of inequality that we most of the time base our analysis, our economic analysis in. Thank you, Paul. Yet another question? Yeah.
Hi, thank you, Government, for your really nice presentation and very complete. And in Chile, we just approved a new law of data protection for personal, for people. And we want to know, in your opinion, what are the key benefits and gains in the application or the implementation of data protection inside organization for their processes and decision-making, things of daily basis? Thank you.
It is absolutely key to respect and to be concerned about security and personal data identification, because if there is a breach on either of these domains, it can ruin your reputation at dealing with data, and you can go back 2-3 decades in that effort. So I think the laws that have been passed in Europe, we have the same the same type of laws. Sometimes they can be annoying in terms of making this process slower, but it's absolutely key. It is really absolutely key for us to protect the identification of the individuals that are represented in these data sets, because the negative impact that it may have if we don't do this can be quite bad for us. So we have the techniques actually to even share information at a granular, sometimes very granular level, without risking identifying people individually. So I think we need to invest on that and to protect these data from the vagaries of the internet that can be very detrimental to all this big effort that we have been doing so far. Thanks. Very good. Thank you so much.
We want to thank the governor of the Bank of Portugal, Mario Centeno, for his presentation and the willingness to answer questions. To continue, we will watch a short video of what we expect during today's program. To continue with the fourth session, the data governance and communication, we invite the panel to come up on stage.
Excellent. So we are extremely happy to have this distinguished panel here to talk about data governance and communication. As Governor Centeno said, if you think that data can generate new data, can generate knowledge, it's absolutely crucial for a country to have that new knowledge. So it's absolutely crucial for a country to have good data. If we think that societies, we can improve welfare of societies through knowledge, this is the only source of prosperity in the long run. I think that generating data, creating data governance, communicating that data is absolutely crucial for countries. It's absolutely crucial for the implementation of monetary policy, as Governor Centeno just said. It's absolutely critical for companies to generate new business models that are the ones that generate new productivity, more productivity. So in this panel, we're going to talk about issues that are absolutely crucial for that generation of good data, generation of knowledge. That is the data governance and communication. So we're going to start with Sandra Cannon. She's an expert on data management, and she's also a professor of data analytics at Robert Gordon University in Scotland. She holds multiple degrees in economics, including a PhD in economics from Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin-Madison. She is the co-author of a book, A Practitioner's Guide to Data Governance, a Case-Based Approach. She has plenty of experience, not only in the public sector, but most importantly in the private sector. And she's going to talk about the data governance for research and statistic organizations, a crucial area for, or critically important for us. You have 20 minutes for your presentation. I don't know.
All right, I'll do my best.
Okay.
All right, so good morning. I'm not even going to pretend to speak Spanish. The buttons I just gave to somebody else I need? Okay, fine. I'm dancing. There we go. Yay, here I am. So thank you very much for the opportunity to have a conversation here today. I think my presentation is probably going to be very different than a lot of the presentations that are on the agenda. I'm not going to cite any of my papers, because I don't have any, but I did write a book. So we do want to make sure that I plug that just to be sure. So one of the things that I want to make clear and to set expectations for this discussion is I'm not going to tell you precisely how to do data governance. What I am going to tell you is the fact that there is a lot of information and there are a lot of experts out there who do want to tell you how to do data governance, and it's most likely not going to work for central banks and national statistical organizations. One of the things that I have found in my work in the private sector, in higher education, and with multiple central banks is, I know you already believe this, but you are different. And so thinking about how your activities need to translate into data governance practices is going to be something that's very key. Let's see, there we go. So here's all the information about me. There's the book, there's my picture, yay. So the agenda here is we're going to set the stage by talking about what do we actually mean by data governance. Because in a lot of cases, there isn't an actual single definition that works. I actually did write a paper about that, but I didn't cite it. We're going to talk about why it's different for central banks and what you need to think about when you're thinking about trying to implement data governance. And then we're going to talk about how you might be able to do it. And I'm going to try and do all of this in 18 minutes and 19 seconds. So, what is it? So one of the things that if you start to investigate and try to learn about how to do data governance or what it is, you're going to find out that not everybody agrees. And so here's 3 different definitions from very knowledgeable practitioners and experts in the data governance area that don't always align. And they especially don't always align with the kinds of activities that go on in central banks and statistical organizations. There is a theme going through here, though, that I think resonates with a lot of the conversations that we've heard so far. We talk about formal management of data. We can talk about authority and control, right? All of the conversations around trust and making sure that we know who's doing what. And then the whole notion of responsibilities and accountabilities. So at the core of data governance activities is really this notion of decision rights. Who's allowed to say yes? Who's allowed to say no? And what is the scope of those permissions and the appropriate use for these data? I'm indebted to the OECD opening presentation and some of the other AI conversations yesterday for already saying this is one of the reasons why you need data management, why you need data governance, because I didn't have time, I had to cut those slides out. So you already know that if you want to do AI, you have to do data governance. Let's talk about how we might do that. One thing to keep in mind is what data governance is not. A lot of places in the corporate world implement data governance because they did something wrong. They had a breach, somebody exposed something they weren't supposed to, et cetera, et cetera. And so therefore, one of the #1 reasons that private organizations do data governance is because they have to fix something. It's about compliance and risk management. I'm very excited to have seen so many presentations talking about the opportunities that go with data, and I'm here to tell you that data governance helps you to advance those opportunities by making sure that you do have the appropriate things in place. It's not about technology. In a lot of organizations, there is this inability to separate the data from the platform where it resides, and those decisions around those 2 things need to be considered separately. Data can't work without IT, but data needs to be governed separately from IT. And then the 3rd point is to make sure, this is the key if you take away nothing else today, is data governance is not one size fits all. So you'll see a lot of recommendations that talk about the way to do data governance, and that just isn't a thing, especially in organizations where you're taking in data from external sources and using it for research and things that are not necessarily production-oriented activities. So what does it look like? If you go out and Google, every single consultant, expert, data governance book has some version of a pyramid. We all have pyramids. I stole this one from IBM because they were kind enough to do it badly. You'll see there's a set of levels. There is strategic conversations that have to happen. There is tactical activities that have to go on. There's operational things that need to be done, okay? We're gonna talk in a few minutes about how these things look very different in central banks than they do in private organizations, okay? So this is a general idea of what data governance looks like. What does it cover? What is the scope? Again, not only does every data governance practitioner have a triangle, they also have a house. So go into Google Images and type data governance house, and you'll find 15 versions of this. This is the one I use in my course where I teach data governance and ethics. And there's a couple key points that I want to make sure everybody is paying attention to. Data governance is the roof that keeps everything together. But as we've already talked about, underlying this, the technology is important, right? Data governance has to be built on that. The processes are important, okay? And support services. I think that the keynote earlier talked about the support for AI and data use, really important. The ethos, or what is out in the atmosphere that makes data governance function, is the people and the places where you need to engage the people who are part of your data governance work. Education and training. I think we had at least 2 presentations yesterday that talked about literacy. And again, the Bank of Portugal and their literacy program, really important. Data governance needs to be part of that if you want it to be effective. Because change management in any organization is key. One of the fundamental truths about data governance is if you do it right, it will involve someone doing something differently than they used to do it. And guess what? People hate change. It doesn't matter how good you tell them it's going to be. It means that something in their life is going to feel harder, it's going to be more complicated, and you need to address those things head on or it will be a problem. Oops, I went the wrong way. Let me see if I can do this again. There we go. So where we start to have this dichotomy between the way that corporate America, corporate Chile, corporate Europe works is when we talk about what data are in scope for a data governance program. For the rest of the world, outside of governments and central banks, this is a moot point. All of the data that they manage are data that come from internal business processes. They're the data that they use to run their organizations. They have complete control over the collection, the definition, the management of those data assets. Okay, these are what's known as enterprise data, and there are conferences every single week of the year all over the world. I could never be in my office if I wanted to go to a conference because there's hundreds of them. Central banks, statistical organizations also have these enterprise data. You hire people, so you have got HR records. You pay people, you have finance statements. But what you have that most commercial organizations don't is data that you bring in from either other organizations, from constituents, from other sources that are crucial to the outputs that you do. Now, some commercial organizations are also going to bring in data from other places, but they're still doing it with the eye to improving their business practices or improving their bottom line. That's not why you bring it in. You bring it in because that's the key to your existence, the key to your functioning. And so therefore, most of the data governance practitioners that are out there and the books that you will read don't talk about this at all because it's not part of their equation. So now I've given you a little bit of a taste of where the dichotomy comes from. Let's talk a little bit about where the differences are going to surface and the things that you need to pay attention to. And this gets to our one-size-fits-all notion. So we get to this different data. We've talked about that just a tiny bit, but where it really becomes problematic is the fact that all of the recommendations for doing good data governance, I'm sorry, I do a lot with the air quotes, because I most of this is just garbage. With doing good data governance is really trying to figure out what are the pieces that need to be in place. Okay, so when we start talking about the control, we start talking about the definitions, we start talking about permitted uses, right? The Bank of Portugal talked about being able to share, right? That sounds like it should be easy, except for the part where it might not be. And if you're a commercial organization, they talk about being able to pry it out of owners' hands, and we're going to talk about what a data owner is. But the kinds of data that we deal with in the central banking and national statistic world has very different rules and very different aspects that need to be dealt with. Another difference is the difference of people. So I'm indebted to previous presentations for making all of these points for me. I probably don't need to say this, but the whole concept of who has the decision rights is key, right? Data governance practitioners and experts will talk about data owners as being the ones that get to make the decisions. Who owns the data that you get from another agency? In the Bank of Portugal, who owns the Social Security data internally? It's a concept that just doesn't translate well. And so therefore, even figuring out what the roles and responsibilities for your data governance program is going to be different than what would be recommended for Toyota, Coca-Cola, fill in your favorite corporate entity. And then there's the concept of different domains. The reason this is important is because the triangle that we talked about, you'll always be recommended that the top strategic piece of that structure have individuals who represent different domains. And that context for the corporate world is someone from the HR domain, someone from the finance domain, someone from the sales domain, someone from the marketing domain. We don't have that. Central banks don't have that. And so just the conversation about how do we organize the data, right? We have catalogs, we can do this. What does that look like? If you don't have data librarians, you desperately need them. So the idea here is, how do we talk about the organization of information? We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about national accounts. What's the domain for that, right? The data governance world for enterprise data doesn't understand that at all. And then there's different challenges. Data quality is one of my favorite examples. We've heard talk about it several times during the course of this conference. But guess what? Data quality is almost always one of the drivers in the enterprise data world for doing data governance, because they want to have that single definition of wage. They want to have that single definition of employee. But guess what? They're allowed to make the definition whatever they want. So therefore, they can trace data quality challenges back to the source. If somebody is entering wage data into their human resources system and they do it wrong, they can fix that. If you get data from the Social Security Administration, from your tax records that has an error, you don't get to fix that. So even the conversation around data quality looks very different, because you're not going to be talking about data quality frameworks or data quality improvements. You're going to be talking about data quality assessments. And that's, again, something that most of the corporate and enterprise data governance practitioners don't really appreciate. And then there's the motivation. Data governance out in the wild is all about the ROI. It's all about increasing your customer base. Sometimes it's about decreasing costs. It's about increasing profits, increasing sales. How do we increase the customer base for a central bank? It's a nonsensical idea. So the issue is, what's the return on investment for data governance in a central bank? We don't have those same metrics. We used to joke when I worked at the Fed that ROI didn't stand for return on investment. It stood for risk of incarceration, because our metric tends to be, let's not be on the front page of the paper. The reputational risk that's been mentioned. It's very, very difficult to quantify that. Okay, so without the notion of a profit motive, it's really hard to have the conversations around change management, for example, that needs to happen in order for the practitioners to really be on board. All right, so now that you're all depressed because you're never ever going to be able to do data governance with the stuff that's out on the internet, now I'm going to tell you what you can do, because I'm all about making you cheerful. The information that's out there is not bad. You just have to be aware that it's not always applicable, and you need to figure out how to adapt it so that it does work for you. So data governance is still important. I don't want to give the impression that just because we're not talking about making profits, that we don't need data governance. We already heard yesterday, you can't do AI without good data governance, right? So therefore, somebody already made the argument for me. You'll notice that the roof and the foundation of our house are the same. We've got the same information challenges with the people involved, but now we're going to start talking about differences in our pillars, differences in the components that we have for data governance. So if you had scrutinized very closely my blue and orange house, you would have noticed that there was a data quality adjustment or data quality framework here. Now we're talking about assessment, right? There's going to be policies and guidelines, and sometimes standards, but sometimes it's really difficult to figure out how to implement the concept of a standard when you're trying to match things across wages. How do we define a standard definition for wages? How is it we can have that conversation when we're talking about data from lots of different places, okay? So you may need to revise the pillars that you're actually working with. And align the incentives. I'm glad you mentioned my economics degree, because I am 100% about incentives. I usually make all kinds of jokes about what's in your utility function, and this is the place where that is key. One of the things that I have seen with the organizations that I have worked with is that they don't appreciate the fact that the change management piece is really key for the people that work with these data. Now, I think that national statistical organizations and central banks are ahead of the curve in that there is the tradition of data stewardship that we heard about in yesterday's keynote. So there is that notion that we do need to be good custodians of the information that we have. However, it still means that somebody wants to write a paper about something, and they know that these data live someplace, and so maybe if they don't ask and they just write it, it'll all work out okay. I'm not speaking of experience. I am making fun of economists because I am one and I've worked with them for a long time, and really getting that cool paper out is a lot of what gets them excited in the morning. So data governance is often seen as punitive, right? We have to do something different because of a breach, because of something else, right? We need to make sure that people understand the focus on the opportunity piece. Talk about enablement. Talk about what you are now able to do if you have well-governed data that you couldn't do otherwise. The resonation of the trust that has been through so many of these presentations, this is exactly where that aligns. Right? You want trust in the central bank, you want trust in the work that the staff does, and more importantly, you want to make sure that people understand that just because they're doing something different doesn't mean they can't get benefit out of it. Without KPIs or sales goals or revenue targets, the important thing is to make sure the people who are practicing data governance see it in terms that they understand. If we have well-governed data with good permissions processes, reviews where necessary, understanding privacy protections so that the work can be disseminated more broadly, then you get better audiences for your papers. You are able to use more time to do the research rather than finding the data that you need, et cetera, et cetera. So you need to couch it in terms of what the individuals need, because trust me, the well-being for your organization is not in an individual's utility function. Address their concerns, right? Don't pretend that just because it's better for everyone, that it's going to be something that people are willing to just hop on board with. So it's really important to make sure that the change management, the conversations happen. And then find community. You're not alone. Especially this transition to AI and the world of more data than we know what to do with. Sometimes we do know, sometimes we don't. Everyone is struggling. Central banks, private organizations, higher education, other governments, agencies, everyone is trying to figure out how to do this. Figure it out together. If you are a central bank that is trying to work on how to do data governance and you don't know about the group that is meeting in Washington, D.C. next week, the Central Bank Data Collaboration Group, talk to me. You need to be part of that. And don't believe that I'm the only one that can save you, although I do believe I'm the only one that can save you, but go out and read all of the things, attend the other conferences, but keep in mind the places where there's differences. Realize that when they start talking about the 360-degree view of customer, which they will, it doesn't apply to you, and that's fine. And then find some inner zen, right? Understand that data governance will never be done. It's a program, not a project. It will take far longer than you expect it to. It will take far more resources than you want. But if you take small steps in the right direction, baby steps, you will get there and you will be able to reap the benefits of using AI, getting your trust, having all of the stuff that you are interested in having and moving your organization and the economy forward. And there I'm done. I did it in 20 minutes. Yay!
Thank you very much, Sandra, for your presentation and for your sharp presentation in 20 minutes. Now we have Luis Teles. He is a deputy director of the Statistics Department of the Bank of Portugal. He joined the Central Bank in 1983. He is a member of the executive of the Irving Fishing Committee of the Central Bank's Statistics. He's going to talk today about Statflix, Portugal's original series, that I think is something extremely interesting as an experience for all of central banks and also for universities that are interested in promoting the generation, how statistics are generated, and also, I think, for discipline, because once you understand how things are constructed, you are able to understand that things are not that easy in life. Luis, you have 20 minutes. Thank you. No, don't worry.
I will do without the video that I had prepared. Okay, so first of all, good morning to everybody, and it's really a pleasure for me to be here for the second time in this statistical conference of the Banco Central de Chile. I was really very happy when the Gloria invited me to come, but I was invited with a mission. And the mission was to talk about something that we have, a communication product that we have developed in Banco Portugal. And this is what I want to to talk about. So I think it will be a relaxed 20 minutes, 19 at this moment, because what I'm going to do is to tell you a story. Okay, just to tell you a story, and it's the story of this product. So I will start with a, well, it's not a very exciting slide, not because of the content is really important, but okay, it's just words, it's just some phrases. So I'm not going to read, this is an excerpt from our current strategic plan, and what I wanted you to retain is basically two words: trust and proximity. Proximity. Okay, because we will, in the end, we will get back to these two words. So, okay, so basically here, the challenge for the whole bank and for the statistical function is to be closer to the society that we are serving. And so this was a challenge for us. Statistics department, okay, our mission is to produce statistics for which the bank is responsible for, official statistics, but we need to try to increase the usefulness of the statistics that we produce for the society, and then we should be closer and closer to the citizens. And so this was the background for this Statflix product that we have developed. Okay, so how it all started? It started, well, with a journey that we have been following for quite many years. And so until 2019, we were used to go to schools, to the universities, by invitation. So we were invited by the schools to go there to talk about the statistics. So we are talking about typically schools of economics. To talk about the statistics that we produce and how they can be useful for their work and for their work as students. Okay, and in 2009 we decided to change the driver. So we decided to took the initiative to go. So we proposed to talk to universities and to offer presentations on the statistics that we produce: balance of payments, monetary statistics. Financial accounts, statistics on non-financial corporations. Then in 2020, we launched our new statistical portal, the BP Stat, and we did a campaign in September. So it's when the school year starts, at least in the Northern Hemisphere. And we did this campaign that we call Back to School, where we have promoted intensively the new version of our statistical portal. The figures that you are seeing, it's the number of universities, the number of sessions, and the number of students that have attended those sessions. Then the pandemic came. Okay, we stopped the in-person sessions, but we continue to do webinars with the universities, and as you see, the figures are increasing in terms of outreach. Okay, but what I wanted to highlight is that in all these initiatives, we ask for feedback. And typically we'd had excellent scores in the way that students saw the usefulness of these sessions. But one thing that we also did, we look at the comments. We read the comments that the students write, besides putting a grade, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. We look at the comments, and what we concluded was the following. So typically the students said, okay, it's very cool, the session was very cool, was great, especially when we had sessions more dedicated to the statistical, to the concepts. We got more or less this type of comments. It's very cool, but how can we get the numbers? On the other hand, when we did sessions more dedicated to explain how to use and how to profit from the statistical portal, so how to access the numbers, we got comments like, yes, it's very cool, but we don't understand the concepts behind those numbers. So we had a problem, okay? These comments led us to a problem, and this is a typical problem of the economy. So the needs of the students were really changing and were limited, and we had very little resources to satisfy them. So we had to think about, and we did some brainstorming, and this was what I called a winning idea, was to try to develop a new e-learning course on official statistics, based on the statistics that we are producing at the bank, and that combines both needs of the students, the concepts, but also how to easily access the data. And so we begin to try to structure the idea. So it was the idea. Let's put some content in the idea. So first of all, we were inspired by the series on TV, on Netflix and things like that. So we decided, okay, so let's do a series that will have 6 sessions, and each session will be dedicated to a different statistical domain. So we'll have the household sector, the financial sector, the non-financial corporation sector, the government sector, the rest of the world. So we'll have 6 seasons, sorry. And in each season is comprised by 5 episodes. Okay, so it's common to all the seasons. So we have an initial quiz, we have a video, we will have a flip book, we will have a podcast, and we'll have a final quiz. Okay, and so I would say it's about 3.5 hours to get to all the course. You don't need to go to one time, so you can pause and return the next day. It will be exactly where you left. Okay, this is indicative because some students can be faster, others can be slower. And this course will be available in the universities that want to be partners of the project in their learning management system platform. So every university has this kind of platform, and it's installed by a SCORM file. So this is just the only technical part of this presentation. So SCORM stands for Shareable Content Object Reference Model. So basically, it's a zip file that contains all the components that allow us to have this e-learning course in their LMS platforms. Okay, so we talked with the universities. So we invited all the universities. So we will have economic schools to present. We present the project, and the vast majority were very excited with the idea and said that we wanted to join. Okay, there were a couple that were more reluctant and didn't embark in the project from the beginning, but we were very happy with the engagement that we felt from the universities. So the project, it's something that took around 1 year. So we had to do a lot of tasks. I've just listed some of the tasks for you to see the variety of things that we had to do. So we have to write text, to review and rewrite them, I would say, endless times. We have to produce scripts, graphics, visualizations, audio and video recordings, making translations, and then test the materials and all this stuff. So it's quite a variety of tasks that we had to go through. And we have around 50 people involved in the project. So it's not only from statistics, but we had also the collaboration of people from other departments of the bank. For instance, the economic research department they gave us quite a important help in some specific subjects, and also from our National Statistic Institute, they also have collaborated. We had a great support from the board, so this is something it is always nice to say when your governor is in the room. But I would say that above all, it was highly motivating for everybody that has been involved in this project. Okay, so this is the only thing that didn't go very well, because we launched it in October 2022. Was not a perfect timing. Why? Because what we said to the universities when we talked, when we presented the project, is that, okay, we would like that this course will be integrated in the curriculum of the courses that you teach. So, and in October 2022, almost the 22-23 school year were already fully planned, and so they said we don't have any window to integrate this course in the curriculum. So this is just why I said it was not the perfect timing. Okay, it's difficult to that things are perfect from the beginning. So this school year was more or less experimental, so it didn't, more or less nothing happened, but now things are happening. So for the current school year that started this December, started just this month, we had a lot of schools that told us we have already integrated this course in the curricula of specific curricular units. So what we have, this is the I would say the opening page of the course. So I had things to show you, but apparently when you try to do these presentations with something live, and here live meaning that I was connected to the system of the Bank of Portugal. That's why I had to do it from my computer and not use the computer. But unfortunately, I cannot present you the video. But this is how it looked like. So you have the 6 seasons, okay, there. So as you can see, they are all locked because you have to go through. So you have to complete the first season to unlock the second one, and it goes like this. So in each season, I have told you, you have a first quiz. It's comprised of 3 questions. It's just to awaken your curiosity for the topics that we're going to be tackled. Then you should look at the video. The video, it's an interactive video where the concept are explained, and you have to also to interact with the video. Then you have a flip book where these concepts are developed even more, and the connection with the way you can get the series is done. You have a podcast, and a podcast is just an interview with an expert on the topic that will. So it's typically 8, 9, 10 minutes podcast, and then you have the final quiz of the season. And the final quiz, it comprises of, you have to answer correctly to 5 out of 6 questions to be able to complete this season and to unlock the next season, okay? If you fail, you can do the test. My advice would be, okay, you should go to the materials once again and try to repeat the test, because there's a high probability that the questions will be completely different, because we have a database of 30 questions for each season. So randomly, the system chooses 6 questions, okay? And so, the quiz at the end of each session will count for 10% of your final grade. Okay, so after doing the 6 seasons, you will have a final quiz with a weight of 40%. And this comprises, you will have 7 questions that you will have to give 6 correct answers. And of course, we will also have a database of questions, so it can also be different from one student to the other. So Okay, so I really regret that I couldn't show you the video which presents the course in less than 2 minutes. But so I will move on. Just to say, we have currently six schools on board that has integrated this course into their regular classes, and we are meeting regularly with schools, with teachers, and even with the students' unions to show how is it implemented and how is it going. And we are also doing some what we call special episodes, which we tackle specific topics by means of synchronous sessions on these specific topics. This was about the specific topic about our statistical portal. So I have 3 minutes, I think I'm going to finish earlier. Okay, so we have launched this in 2022. So I believe that probably in 5 years this will be outdated, not in terms of content, but in terms of the technology, okay? So now it looks quite appealing, but probably in 5 years it will look very boring. But I think what is important is that for me there are 3 things that will last forever, independently of the technology evolution. The first one is that this product, this communication product, with a target to students of economics and management, that's the target. We used this approach, a user-first approach. So we listened to what the students wanted, what they needed, and tried to develop something that clearly addressed what were their requirements. So I think this will last forever. We use this approach. Second one, okay, I think it clearly addressed what was in our strategic plan. Okay, so the bank should be closer to the society. In this case, it's a specific group of the society. If we were addressing other groups, we will do something different, because in terms of communication, I would say one size doesn't fit all. So if your target is students, you have to listen to the students and try to develop something that is really focused on their concerns. So proximity, I think we managed to comply with this desire that is written in our strategic plan. And finally, I think promotion of statistical literacy. I think we have addressed this topic. We know that students of economics are already users of our statistics, and we believe that in their future professional life they will be even use statistics with much more. So it's good that we can promote statistical literacy. So that's what I had to show you. I'm sorry I could not show you the video, but I hope that you understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis, for your presentation. I understand that the Statflix is available in Portuguese and English, and I think that the way to go is in Spanish. That will be great for us.
Okay, if we have budget for that.
So the governor is here, so making. Okay, so the next presentation is a presentation by Fernando Rocha. He's going to talk about new channels, new approaches, new data formats. Fernando, you have 20 minutes.
Podría, creo que es este aquí. Este aquí, ¿no?
I just have to mention, Fernando, that Fernando is the head of the Department of Statistics of the Central Bank of Brazil since its creation in 2017, and he's also a member of the Irving Fishing Committee of the Central Bank Statistics. He's also member of the Balance of Payment Task Team that is doing the revision of the external sector statistic manual. So, Fernando, thank you very much for being here with us. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Es un gusto estar aquí.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here. I have wanted for a long time come to the conference because this is a benchmark in Latin America. So thank you very much, Gloria, for the invitation.
And I can go back to English and say that, well, let's see if this, fine. Talking about dissemination of statistics and a bit of governance, I think it's on the roof of our governance system, the UN Fundamental Principles for Official Statistics. They just say that as first, that statistics is an indispensable element in the information system of a democratic society, serving the public, the needs. And that statistical authorities must facilitate a correct interpretation of the data. And if I can translate these principles with the governor, Rosana Costa, yesterday, she said that it's a critical role that compilers have to communicate statistics in a constant dialogue with users, and that we should also target a broader audience, like young, and this one that is less used to statistics. And that is, I think, the use of social media was also emphasized by the governor, and that is precisely what we are going to talk here, how to reach this broader audience of non-experts. That is, I think, our task also. The strategy that the central bank is trying to develop, it's an ongoing effort, is to use new channels, because the old ones, and I will show you an Excel spreadsheet, that is what our team likes to do, and it's not going to get them to the job. There's new approaches linked to this new channel and new ways to present the data. If we can put this all together, we have a chance of reaching our audience. And that's the channels we, in a sense, divided in old and new ones. The old ones are press releases, pre-formatted statistical tables, Excel spreadsheets for downloading, press conferences, speeches, standardized time series. This is probably the bulk of our job, the core of our work in communicating. But I think that is not enough if we want to reach new audience and be more open to society. And so these new channels include various types of new presentation, but I will focus on social media. And these new approaches, we think, has pretty much to do with what Luis just said, that improve statistical literacy. We'll see at the end, in a concrete example, how this literacy, statistical literacy, is not well developed, at least in our society. And for this, we more than just giving the numbers, we have to try to communicate the concepts and definitions, what this number really means, and be in a dialogue, ask data users and providers what they think. And the new product will go there. This is what we, a graph in a sense, what we think of this old world of website tables, time series. Open data is a little newer and to focus on more sophisticated users, but this at the end is where we are focusing some efforts now to communicate by Twitter and some social media channels that the central bank has, and it's like in the YouTube there. Let's go for the old part, that everything is hosted in our website, our portal. It looks like this. We have our statistical products just listed there. People can go and see there is the press release, the formal communication instrument with text and graphs. And we also have this table. It's a beautiful table. Our colleagues enjoy it very much. It has a whole series since 2011 with a series of roles. This, as I'm talking here and Bruno is listening, I put this total credit to the non-financial sector. That is some statistic that the BIS and IFC really pushes forward. We began compiling not a long time ago, so it's a bit of propaganda to see if Bruno reflects it, likes it. But it's this unusual spreadsheet, and it's an old-fashioned time series system. So users are supposed to click in economic activity and then select real sector and then select GDP and find the time series. Pretty much old-fashioned. That is the open data portal of the central bank. There is, as you know, machine-readable formats. And here we can make consultations and find more sophisticated users like Reuters, Bloomberg. They all liked it very much. Market analysts, academics, but that's not our focus here. This open data portal also feeds into this website with some interactive graphs and ability to download things that is data from our supervision related to credit. And here is the effort the central bank has been doing in using platforms. This platform has to have specific contents on for Facebook, for Telegram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, lots of them. And here is what looks like. Of course, it's in Portuguese. It's most of our audience. The central bank has a market expectations survey, something like in the US that you call probably professional forecasters. We target market participants. We have around 150, 160 of them provided on a daily basis or every time they update their forecasts on IPCA, that is Brazilian inflation, Brazilian CPI, P means GDP, exchange rates, Selic rate, that is our basic interest rates. And this gives you a forecast for this year, and if it is increasing or if it remains stable. And that we publish this on the Facebook every week on Monday morning. And it comes together with some detail or detailed posts related to what is the focus report, where does data come from, how the central bank reaches a final report when it's released, and many links to data. This is probably one of the most viewed posts in our Facebook. This is a publication. I think it's easy to see. It is Brazilian 12-month inflation, 3.16% as of June. Of course, if I have updated it to now, it has reached 5, so it goes up like this. But I better not update that. That's moving down to 3.16 is much better than moving up again to 5. So it's another way of publishing statistics. Of course, you see here 30.8 thousand views. And then, sorry for the terrible picture, it is our way of going to YouTube. And this side here is the old-fashioned thing. It's a press conference. Now, ever since the pandemic, it's been streamed on a virtual way, and it's posted on the central bank website, on the central bank YouTube channel. So you see here it has some 585 views. It lasts 36 minutes, and it's mostly focused on journalists to communicate to them and answer the question. But here is a new use of the YouTube. with videos explaining the Brazilian CPI, market expectations, what I just showed, the focus report, and it has much more views. Of course, it's not the only thing you want to focus on, but no one of this broader audience has time to see this 36 minutes. And let me see if it works. And now,
Como é que se mede a inflação? Com tantos produtos nas prateleiras, com tantos serviços sendo oferecidos em tantas regiões diferentes, variando entre regiões, como é que a gente consegue chegar num único número, num único índice para medir a inflação no nosso país? Você já ouviu falar no IPCA? Então calma que o BC te explica. Olá, eu sou a Gisele do Banco Central e nesse vídeo eu vou te falar sobre o principal índice de acompanhamento da inflação no Brasil, o Índice Nacional de Preços ao Consumidor Amplo, o IPCA. O IPCA é um índice utilizado para medir a variação de preços, ou seja, a inflação de uma cesta de produtos e serviços consumidos pelas pessoas do país num determinado período. Esse período pode ser de um mês, de 3 meses, de um ano ou dos últimos 12 meses. Quem calcula o IPCA é o Instituto Brasileiro de Geografia e Estatística, o IBGE. E o objetivo desse índice é representar o consumo de pelo menos 90% da população que vive em áreas urbanas do país. Ele indica a inflação no país a partir de uma verificação mensal de 430 mil preços em 30 mil locais de 16 diferentes centros urbanos do Brasil. Tá, mas como é que o IBGE chega nessa lista, nessa cesta de produtos e serviços para ele buscar esses 430 mil preços? De tempos em tempos, o IBGE realiza a pesquisa de orçamento familiar para entender os hábitos de consumo da população e o quanto do seu orçamento as famílias gastam com cada coisa, produtos e serviços. Depois, para chegar ao IPCA, o IBGE vai medir a variação de preços de uma série de produtos e serviços, como o preço do arroz, do feijão, da passagem de ônibus, despesas com salão de beleza, botijão de gás e por aí vai. Os preços de todos esses itens são comparados com os preços do mês anterior, resultando num valor único que reflete a variação geral de preço ao consumidor no período. Mas não é só juntar tudo e fazer a média não. Para calcular o IPCA, o IBGE vai considerar também o peso de cada um desses itens no consumo das famílias. Por exemplo, se os gastos com gasolina representam um percentual maior da renda das famílias do que o gasto com etanol, ou se o consumo de peixe também representa um percentual maior da renda das famílias do que o consumo de carne, então a gasolina e o peixe terão um peso maior no cálculo. E é por isso também que a sua percepção de inflação pode ser diferente da inflação medida pelo IPCA. O IPCA capta uma média nacional relevante, mas os gastos de cada família ou pessoa variam. Então, por exemplo, o preço da passagem aérea pode ter subido naquele mês, mas você não viajou de avião no período. O universo pesquisado pelo IBGE abrange famílias com rendimentos de entre 1 e 40 salários mínimos residentes nas regiões metropolitanas de São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Belo Horizonte, Porto Alegre, Curitiba, Salvador, Belém, Recife, Fortaleza e Vitória, e nas cidades de Brasília, Goiânia, Campo Grande, Aracaju, São Luís e Rio Branco. Cada cidade ou região metropolitana possui um peso numérico diferente referente ao contingente populacional. O IPCA é calculado desde 1979 pelo IBGE e é utilizado pelo governo federal como índice oficial da inflação no Brasil. Portanto, o IPCA serve de referência para as metas de inflação definidas pelo Conselho Monetário Nacional, o CMN, e também para as alterações na taxa de juros feitas pelo Banco Central do Brasil. O IPCA é realmente um dos índices econômicos mais importantes do país. E é isso. Agora que você já sabe um pouco mais sobre o IPCA, então compartilhe esse vídeo com a família nas redes sociais, inscreva-se aqui no canal do Banco Central no YouTube, ative o sininho para receber a notificação dos próximos vídeos e até a próxima!
Well, I'm pretty sure 3 people here in the audience understand it. That's 1, 2, and 3, my colleagues from the Central Bank of Portugal. I'm sorry that I was not able to put subtitles in English, and maybe some of the Spanish-speaking audience understand something. It is, we have all the two, I will not go you through this, but it is a way of communicating and saying that what is inflation? It talks about weighted average, how many prices they are considering, how they collect it, where they collect it in 16 cities around Brazil. How does it compare to your own inflation experience? And how is it used for the central bank to set interest rates? Are not simple aspects, but are in a easy way. Some of you laugh at some images. It's supposed to to be that way, for you to smile and to say it. And it posted that, keep on watching central bank videos, central bank YouTube channels, and there is a series central bank explains to you that's, of course, not only related to statistics. Statistics, as a matter of fact, are a minor part of it, but all functions of the central bank and things that directly communicates to users, to society. This is the other video. Let me see, I can skip. The third one, I can also skip then. To go to what challenges. This guy that appears on the video that I just skipped, Gustavo Igreja, he's a colleague that's working with, from communication department, working with statistics department to develop a new series specific on statistics. We have made some pilots, but they didn't seem to work very well. To communicate the data that we are just releasing, communication said you have to put a number first. What is the main headline of today's release of credit statistics? As a matter of fact, a colleague of mine is just releasing at the moment. What is the main headline? Is it delinquency rates? It's the growth rate of credit? Is it the interest rates that are moving up or down also? And to have this number to begin with, to get the attention of the audience, and again, and so on, explain it. That will be a series of releasing data and explaining the methodology that we are trying to begin with. For our challenges, of course, identify this audience. It is pretty much difficult. The formal channel was statistics. The costs, of course, are involved. But on identifying targets, probably you will see, or we already have seen, many people saying to you that you have to reach a broader audience and go to social media. Of course, we have to. But one way of identifying the audience is having feedback. Feedback not only for surveys that we periodically do, but going through comments. And this is an experience I want to share with you to end. On January, we have just released statistics and communicate to society. We have made an error. Error is part of life. Everybody does. We have an important error on foreign exchange market statistics that basically says how much dollars come in and out of the country, and there's the foreign exchange balance. The total flows are around 1 trillion, and we have made a huge mistake of 0.7% of it. It is 12 billion. But the balance moves from plus 9 billion to minus 3. And this change we have communicated, and we have checklisted the codes of revision policies of OECD, Eurostat, IBGE, our National Statistical Office, and so on, and we have done just that. The press conference went really well. Journalists are used to it, don't give much attention to them, but just informed and, okay, silent. In the afternoon, some media press just make a short video on this part I was telling about the error and explicitly apologizing using the name error to say in a transparent way, clearly, directly, simple, that we have made a mistake and we are correcting it. And it uploaded on Twitter. In 30 minutes, we have all kind of garbage, let me say, of garbage that we can imagine. How is this guy not fired yet for this such a huge mistake? How is he not in prison? What the error has to do with the political election of last year? I know the central bank was from the other side, and now this side wins, and so on. And the social media is so powerful that it enacts our court of accountants to make a specific process on us to asking who has benefited from this. What are your intentions of saying so? Of course, we explained to them again, and at the end it was said, okay, we understand, forget about it. But it went to Congress, and in a hearing of our governor, specific questions are asked on the foreign exchange market error. And it has happened in January, the hearing was on March, and now, as we speak, our governor is again at Congress explaining, among many other things, explaining again why we have made a mistake. It's not intentional. If we know how to do it, we have not committed the error. This is an important feedback of talking to social media, and there is not only pros, there are also some cons that we have to consider. I will end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fernando, for your presentation. Your last experience is also something very relevant for all of the audience in terms of how to communicate, but also to take into account the risks that you face in that process. Now we have Aldo Mascareño with us. He's a researcher at the Centro de Estudios Públicos, a prestigious think tank in Chile. He's also professor of sociology at the Universidad Adolfo Ibáñez. He holds a PhD in sociology from the University of Bielefeld, Germany. His line of research is in sociological theory, system theory, complexity theory, and he today is going to talk about the opportunities and challenges of social media. Aldo, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for this introduction and for the invitation to this wonderful conference. Maybe you know this picture, maybe the Chileans are familiar with this picture. This is the Project Cinco. It was a project in the 70s of the government of Salvador Allende. It was the Chilean internet before the ARPANET even. So, and it was ended up with the dictatorship in 1973, in the 60s. It was created by a famous scientist, Stafford Beer, you know, the wonderful cybernetic guy, English. Well, I will introduce my presentation. I wanted to introduce my presentation with this beautiful picture because to motivate you to know this history, particularly for the outsiders. So, opportunities and challenges. This is the outline of my presentation. I will read my presentation, otherwise I will talk for an hour and will say nothing. So, my presentation is my argument. My argument in this presentation is that after 1 decade and a half of actual global functioning of digital and social media, and in social media, of course, we can include social networks, the internet, the digital platforms that we use every day, the algorithms, and of course, the emerging generative. So after a decade, we are facing a radical change in our personal and social relations. So we move from the communication between persons, among us, and organizations, to communications between entities, algorithms and different electronic things, where we cannot easily identify human mediations. This change has profound consequences on at least 3 levels, I want to argue. At the level of social memory, we are facing the problem of the impossibility of forgetting in the internet, a problem that radically changes the function of social memory as we know it and affects individual rights. At the level of politics, my second level, a new form of politics in our society, in our world society, is emerging, the platform digital party. So Meloni in Italy, the Partido de la Gente in Chile. The platform digital party and the digital democracy, so to speak, that replaces representative democracy and switches from the doctrinal guidance, traditional doctrinal guidance we had in traditional parties, to a non-mediated post-democratic age. A post-democratic age that we are facing today without trust in politics, with an instrumental commitment with social institutions, with political institutions. And the third level, the level of truth. The problem at this level of truth is not fake news, I would argue, as everyone assumes, I would say. Fake news exists from the time of the mass media. Just remember the Nazi propaganda, for example. It's not fake news the problem, but the construction of these small social worlds in where we live in today. Small social worlds without interconnections among them, and therefore with no possibility of moral recognition between these people. A form of decentralized antagonism and multipolar polarization, as we face today, emerges from these conditions. So let me unfold these three arguments. If we take a brief look in the evolution of societal communication, we can observe that every new communication media produces a new form of society. So the printing press, the printing press lies, in the first line we have the diffusion media, and the second line we have different forms of society. The printing press lies at the basis of the emergence of modern society. The diffusion of meaning through books introduces the virus of decentralized interpretations. Everyone becomes the author, everyone, each of you, each of us, becomes the author of their own thoughts and communication. A few centuries later, the religious and monarchic control of symbols and politics collapsed. Meanwhile, the mass media in the 20th century led to mass propaganda in totalitarianism, but also to democratic pluralism in the Western world, in our world. The digital communication of the 21st century turned into an actual experience, the fact that we live in one single world society. The experience, this global experience, is for every one of us, is climate change, for example, the financial crisis, the last financial crisis, 2008, was a global experience, and of course, in the last 4 years, the pandemic. These are the topics of our global experience today. On the other hand, digital social media has produced multipolar identitarian echo chambers. So from the believers in the flat earth to the believers in God. So another particular group today, the believers in God. These reproduce themselves in opposition to one another. So Niklas Luhmann, a German sociologist, Niklas Luhmann's sentence in the 90s, and I quote, "What we know about our society, about the world we live in, we know it through the mass media." This sentence, I would say, today is more valid than ever. It is also true that our knowledge about the world and ourselves has increased in the last decades. However, the more specialized our knowledge becomes, the more ignorance we have to face. For the specialization of a few becomes the ignorance of the many. Ignorance comes not from bad education or lazy people, as we can assume, but from us as a specialist. One day we read that the tea is good for blood circulation, and on the next day that it produces anemia. One day we read that the central bank should lower the interest rates, and the next day we read that the lowering was irresponsible. So they are not fake news indeed, but small social worlds communicating in social media without coordination among them. Regretfully, there is no other possibility today for us than dealing with this uncertainty of digital communication. But then and again, one can overreact or search for adequate risk approaches. As in the film Terminator, one can replace the Skynet with Google today and predict a future dystopia of dominance and individual control by the corporation, as Shoshana Zuboff does, the American sociologist. This type of apocalyptic diagnosis undergoes an ontological fallacy, namely that society does not react to itself, that it remains in the same place, so that the current situation will be the same in the future. However, capitalism has historically proved that it can improve itself. It introduced central banks to regulate money, developed soft law regulations to cope with supranational exchange, It introduces also 3 versions of the well-known for you Basel Accords to deal with new financial architectures. And today we witness the emerging regulations in many regions and countries to face the challenge of digital media and generative artificial intelligence. So instead of predicting future dystopias, the risk approach is more useful. The question, and this is important, the question is not when there will be a generative artificial intelligence. We already have the GPT-4. But what is the minimum level of risk we can accept in dealing with social media and artificial intelligence? This is the risk approach. So let's see. One unacceptable risk is not developing a safety theory to protect all what we value in a pluralistic democratic society, in our society, in the Western world at least. We value free market concurrence, so we cannot accept digital monopolies, for example. We value individual freedom, so we cannot accept subliminal control techniques through algorithmic communication. And we value equality, so we cannot accept that machine learning techniques reproduce human biases in our datasets. We value also knowledge, of course, so we cannot accept stopping technological development altogether. Let me revise some illustrations. So we all probably remember the case of the Spanish citizen Mario Costeja in 2014, who filed a lawsuit before the European Court of Justice asking for Google Spain to remove information on a forced sale of his property arising from social security debts. The problem had been resolved, say Costeja, so the debt was no longer relevant. The ruling of the European Court of Justice stated that the right to privacy overrules public interest. So in every decent world, decent country, it would be that way. So personal information is more relevant than the right to others to know this information. Privacy is more relevant to the access to the information. So the judgment considered Google accountable for this excess of memory in the digital age. Yet Google claimed that they, the people at Google, have not knowledge on this data, that they are ignorant about the data, in this case, of this data. So they do not control them. The search algorithm just works by human request, but when it operates, no humans are involved in this relation, communication from entity to entity. The court replied that even if Google has no control over data, it delivers a structured profile of each person which affects privacy in a more dangerous way. However, the problem is that Google can delete a particular link, but not the information. So a refined search of every one of us can find the same deleted information in other links. So the conclusion is, Internet does not forget. This is a new experience of our last decades. Our conventional theory of social memory is that memory is not an archive, so that social memory must forget to remember and always remembers differently. But with the algorithmic memory, we have another situation. On the contrary, algorithmic memory cannot forget anything and can retrieve the same information once and again. This is a new real problem for the right to privacy and for the right to be forgotten. Here we have some data about the right to be forgotten. I found in the internet, of course. So, in every file that is lawsuit that has been directed to Google. Estonia is in the third place, then France, the Netherlands, Liechtenstein, and Sweden. And data also from the transparency policy of Google. All the topics that are related with this problem of the right to be forgotten on Google. So, the second topic, politics. So, knowledge has always been relevant to politics. We may agree that the very foundation of the nation state does not rely on violence, which is only applied in particular cases, so in cases of rebellion, riots, and against crime. The foundation of the national state relates much more on data and information. The management of data and its transformation into knowledge allows for a responsive state regarding citizens' demands and also for control before rebellion. Today we have a wonderful opportunity to supplement our knowledge through artificial intelligence, to identify the biases in our data sets, and to train efficient algorithms that do not reproduce human stupidity with artificial stupidity. Some studies, for example, have shown how barriers to health access and poverty in the African American population produce a blind spot in the datasets that leads algorithms to exclude African American population from health benefits and even consider them not needing enough medical care. The same goes for lower classes and indigenous people in Latin America, not only in healthcare, but also in education, credit scoring, and insurance. The simplistic reasoning is they are not taking part of systems, so they don't need them. We have accumulated at least a century of social deviations in our data sets. So blaming now algorithms for being biased is to blame ourselves for historical discrimination we have committed. With artificial intelligence, we now have the opportunity to correct this systematic moral problem we have produced. However, we face a major problem. The loss of trust in political institutions and the crisis of representative democracy have not been produced by social media, but they are not helping. In modern politics, social media allow for the identitary enclosure of communication. They consolidate a form of fragmentation in which each group resonates in itself and excludes different dissident voices. As in ancient, simple cultures, digital political communities are constituted by a trivial distinction between homogenization of their own members and opposition to outsiders. The problem is not, again, the infamous fake news, because under these conditions of multipolar oppositions, every communication of group A is fake for B, for C, and for D. The problem is that there is no doctrine, no rationality, or reflexivity in those groups that may guide decisions and behavior. Everything is a matter of spontaneous emotionality that divides the world between friends and enemies. And the new enemies of these identitarian groups are the immigrants, for example, the LGBTQ plus people, the capitalists, of course, as ever, the central bankers, the elite of experts, so everyone here in this room, and of course also the traditional politics. In this context, the digital public sphere becomes a post-democratic platform for aggressive particularism, hate speeches, instrumental interest, and political forum shopping for selecting the candidate for today and another candidate for tomorrow. So no wonder then that populism, authoritarianism, nationalism, and religious fundamentalism are becoming dominant, even in traditional political parties, as the immigrant crisis in Chile, in the USA, and Europe shows daily. That is the problem of politics. Here we have some data also from digital associations that are detrimental and beneficial for liberal democracy. So in orange, the detrimental for liberal democracy. As you can see, there is a lot of, yeah, but this is more interesting. So detrimental and beneficial in every country. You can see there. So guess what country is with more orange the color? There is, of course, the USA. And this is also a negative sentiments between the difference between negative sentiments in official networks of our digital party in Chile, the Partido de la Gente. The negative sentiments are in red, so they are very low in the official networks, but in the members network is in the first place the negative sentiments that we can measure in these social networks. And the last point, the truth. The expression fake news we have talked today is just a manifestation of the ignorance gap between the well-known conditions of our daily experience as individuals and the world as a whole. The encompassing system, the whole system, the world society, is too large and too complex to be immediately understandable. No local experience gives an adequate representation of this society, so every representation of those identitarian groups may be fake for others. But again, since we value freedom of expression, we have to live with the ignorance of others and with our own ignorance as a specialist. The question is not how to eliminate fake news. It is not how to control the internet or how to control the social media, but what are, again, the unacceptable risks. For example, one unacceptable risk is the generalization of the idea in the social media that democracy doesn't matter. However, since we value freedom of expression, we have to accept the risk and the communications of the supporters of populism and authoritarianism. Another unacceptable risk is to control the web, as in Russia, China, or Venezuela, for example, to control the web. But we also value free market concurrence. We also value individual autonomy. We also value equality, and of course we value knowledge. So we simply cannot accept that. We cannot control social media, we cannot delete fake news. And these are another. So this is interesting. This people feeling, ending up in 1 minute. People feeling false information. The whole world feels that we are facing false information. So of course, but when they are asked about to what extent, they say, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? In the statement, social media companies have too much power, 81%. But when they are asked, I cannot imagine life without the internet, so you can see how green are the responses of the people. No one can live without the internet, but everyone assumes that we are facing false information. This is a paradox of our times, and the techniques of risk, the risk approach is much more useful to deal with this problem at the paranoia of the end of the world because of the artificial intelligence and the ChatGPT. So thank you very much. There are the conclusions. You can read it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Aldo, for this very interesting presentation. I think we have time for 5 minutes. 5 minutes for questions. I don't know if you have questions from the audience for our panelists.
Hello, my name is Lautaro Diaz. Thanks to all for the presentations. I got a question for Luis Deles about Statflix. The idea was to encourage students to enter to the bank or just to present what it's doing on the bank. Also, I got a doubt about how many people took to build the course and how many hours. Thank you.
So we can take 2 questions. Over there.
See? Good morning to everyone. Thanks for the presentations. I have a question both to Mr. Luis Teles and Mr. Fernando Rocha, which is, in a comparative way to past days, what's the role of technology in communication statistics to economic agents nowadays? What are the principal gains? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? One more. Okay.
Morning. This question is for Sandra Cannon. We see today an increase of availability of data especially in data from non-traditional sources. I want to know your thoughts about the challenge that this new data poses and what we can do as central bank toward that topic. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go for the first round.
You want me to go first?
Yes,
All
you
right.
go first.
Well, there goes the rest of your time. So that's an excellent question, and it's actually one of the driving things that is making a lot of central banks and other organizations think more clearly about formal data governance, because the whole notion of understanding what the data that you're getting in and what does fit for purpose mean, that's often been something that people have tried to capture when we think about economic statistics, when we think about a lot more of the traditional time series-based aggregate data, right? What can you use it for? What can't you use it for? One of the things that I've seen organizations across the spectrum struggle with is they've got access to all kinds of data, especially administrative records, sensor data, all of these non-traditional forms, and there's a desire to just plug those data types into our traditional mechanisms without a really good understanding that that's not why they were collected in the first place. And so bridging the gap between operational or transactional data collections and the ability to use those in an analytic environment is one of the big things that people, I think, organizations are struggling with, because it does get to what are the permitted uses? What does it look like when we're talking about decision rights? Who gets to decide whether that particular set of information from oil pipelines, for example, making this up, measures what we think it measures in order to be able to forecast energy demand, things like that. So this is where having a more organized and formal data governance approach and conversations to allow the people who understand the data to communicate better with the people who are trying to figure out what the appropriate uses are. I hope that answered your question.
Luis?
Okay, so I had two questions. So the first one, I don't know if I understood well, but probably, so these StatFlix were developed to give to the universities to be integrated in their curricula. But it is also intended to be used by the bank staff. Okay, so in fact, any employee of the bank can use it, so it is integrated in the catalog of courses of our BDP Academy, so anyone can do it, so there is no obstacles for that. Regarding the figures that I was asked, I'm not in the conditions to give you an answer, because, as I told you, it starts for real just this month with the beginning of the current school year. So we know that 16 schools of economics from different universities in the countries have included this course in their curricula. Some of them will be in courses during the first semesters, the others in the second semester. So I regret to say, but we probably would only get some statistics about how many students took the courses and what's the average time that they needed to do the course, I would say by the end of the first semester. So in January, probably we will have some figures on that, but these are obviously important figures that we want to know. I think I did not forget anything.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, there was a second question. Yeah, that's the question of the technology in communication. So what I would like to say about this is, I think in modern communication, you do not have to impose the way your user will consume will have to consume the information. I think you have to adapt to the way he's used to consume that information. So, and in a technological world that we are living today, I think we have take in very serious consideration the role of technology if we really want to be reached by the audience that we want to communicate with. So I think it's clearly very important. Of course, the content and the way you express your message obviously are very important, but you cannot ignore technology.
Thank you. Okay, good. Agree with Luis, and beginning with the last part of your question. The main gains for us to invest in these broader channels, technological channels for communicating statistics, is to reach a broader audience. It is an objective to be pursued. And the second point is try to improve statistical literacy, the capacity of understanding numbers and interacting in society and getting the right information. I think it's pretty much important and according to the fundamental principles of the United Nations. I think we get limited results yet, and the way forward, I think, is to invest more on this, get the feedbacks, and try to continue on this venue. But this is only talking about technology in communicating statistics. There's also a part of producing statistics, and technology is in our everyday life, and it affects, or it defines the way people connect to each other, the way we transact, and this recording economic transactions is an important or fundamental part of what we do. We cannot say that, as the famous quote, I can see productivity everywhere, less on the productivity statistics. We cannot say that we can see technology everywhere, less in statistics. That's why the challenge for us all in the statistical community is to include them. And one of the main aspects of the current ongoing revision of SNA standards and BPM standards is precisely digitalization. That is a major challenge for us, and that is the important aspect of technology, both and the economic agents for statistics, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if you want to say
maybe a final message. So we also feel always motivated by knowledge in research, in policy, in politics, everywhere. So, but when we put the focus only on knowledge, we miss the blind spot, and the blind spot is ignorance. So I would invite you, all we that work with data, all we that work with research and data, so to put an emphasis on ignorance, to see ignorance, to see the blind spot, the other side of knowledge, so to observe what we cannot observe, because in this blind spot are the answers to a better future, to unlock the future, so to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that your last comment is, I will take it the following way. A significant fraction of central banks around the world has been granted with independence. And we, central banks, take that not as something that is given. We are accountable. We are accountable to citizens. And in that implies that we need to generate better information, better analysis every day in order to fulfill this commitment that we have with the society. And I think that what we have seen in the most recent decades in terms of the ability to generate new data in central banks and in other different institutions, but let me center on central bank, has been, I mean, something phenomenal, something that we didn't see before. Before we were basically working on improving the quality of the data that we were supposed to produce. And now you have central banks around the world thinking about the generation of new data, of the new information that clearly allow us to have better understanding of what is happening with the economy, improving our policies, the implementation of policies that we, as we discussed before, but also it has generated significant challenges in terms of the governance of the data. But I think that also allow us somehow to try to go in the direction that you mentioned, no? In the direction of generating new information that can be used by researchers in order to try to answer or to provide a response to those levels of ignorance that somehow we have. So those levels of ignorance somehow can be also the result of no information regarding different issues. So I think that this panel has been extremely, extremely useful to think about the issues that for many of the participants are critical for the implementation of very statistical creation at central bank level. So thank you very much again for your participation.
Thank you.
Thanks. To continue, we invite you to a short coffee break that is being held outside at the lobby, and we ask you to be back at 11:35. interesting conference. We invite you to session 5, Challenges and Opportunities of a New Information. So please, the floor is yours.
Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be moderating this panel. I am Pablo Garcia, the Vice Governor of the Central Bank of Chile and the IFC chair. So that's my role as in the statistics of central banks space. I am honored to be moderating this very distinguished panel on the challenges and opportunities of new information, looking at what has been innovative recently and how we can look at the future. Before we start, let me just introduce our panelists. We have Paul Schreier. He's the Director and Chief Statistician of the OECD Statistics and Data Directorate. He has been at the OECD since 1988 and in the statistics area since 2020. Then we have Bruno Tiso. Bruno is the Head of Statistics and Research Support at the BIS, and he's the Head of the IFC Secretariat. He has been working at the BIS since 2001. Next, we have Maciek Brzezinski. He's the Head of the Data Office at the European Central Bank. Among his primary responsibilities are the development and facilitation of organization-wide data governance, and he has 20 years of central banking experience in many, many areas. And last but not least, we have Ricardo Vicuña, the National Director of our National Institute of Statistics, since just a couple of months ago, but he also has had a very distinguished career at the central bank in the past. He spent a decade and a half in the area of statistics. He was the first division director, actually. And he was the organizer of the first conference that we had in 2015. So I'm sure he's seen this baby grow, and he's quite happy to be here with us. So we will proceed through a number of rounds of comments on different topics. And at the end, if we have time before lunch, we can have also questions from the audience. So the first topic of discussion where we want to hear our panelists have some input is on new sources and digitization. How is the analysis of new sources of information promoted in each of your institutions? What are the new sources and techniques for using information and data particularly innovative compared to what we have done in the past, and promising and relevant for the future? How could artificial intelligence be incorporated into the work of the statistical community? How to achieve a balance between the potential of data sources and data science? And what are the main benefits and challenges of digitization in terms of productivity? These are many, many different angles on the area of new sources and digitization. And you are not forced to answer every single one of them, and maybe you want to take a different angle, but we would be very happy to hear your thoughts on that. So, Paul.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel and getting right into the heart of the matter. As you said, there's a lot of substantive issues here, and I will just address one or two of the things you mentioned. First of all, the use of new sources and data is something that is well established in the work of the OECD. We do have a smart data strategy, and a part of it is explicitly dedicated to the use of new sources in OECD statistical and analytical work. The general idea is that the new sources are very often there to complement the existing data, the existing sources, which are still, the official statistics that we get from members and from other international organizations. But a major function of the new sources is to enhance timeliness, granularity, and spatial diversity of the data that we use for analysis, because as I underlined yesterday already, this is where the big demand comes from. The challenges, certainly in an institutional, from an institutional perspective at the OECD, is that we are operating in a somewhat decentralized statistical system. The different parts of the OECD each have their statistical functions. So harnessing these new sources and data and trying to harmonize their usage to introduce governance, we heard this morning, is something that we are working on. A major issue also is how do we ensure quality assurance processes for the use of new data, both in my own directorate, but also in other parts of the house. Maybe I'll leave it here for the moment and then come back on issues like AI and so on.
Thank you. Bruno.
Yes, many thanks again for inviting me. A lot has been said during the conference, so perhaps I should focus only on a few points, provocative points. I would question the term new sources. In fact, it's not so new. We had all these, for central banks, what is really important is to make use of what we call financial big data. So all the micro data that already existed for many years, that were organic data and that were not used. Same for the text. Text is not new, but the way we can use text with natural processing language or large language models is new. So in fact, what is new is a way to make use of the data, not the data itself. And the second point I wanted to say is that in terms of application, what we have seen is that it's not just the data, the key is to extract insights from this data. Whether they are new or not. And what we have seen is that you have three conditions for success in the central bank's community. You need to have together working people working together from the IT side, from the mathematical, statistical side, the machine learning guys, but also the subject matter experts. If you don't have this combination, either in a single individual or in teams, then the probability is that you will be less successful. So,
thank you. Maciek.
Thank you very much for inviting me as well to this panel and being able to share with you some of my thoughts. Maybe I say a few words about very important in my viewpoint about the communication of the new sources, or not so new sources of information, but the, how we use them. And here at the ECB we see that this is the groups of people which now enter and wants to get some information and data from our sources is really very disparate. So there are people which are completely ignorant and they simply heard something in the TV and they just go and want to, get a little bit more information about a one or another thing like inflation, for example, through the students, through the experts, through the researchers. So it's very difficult to satisfy all these needs from these various groups with potentially one tool which we have. So that is the reason why we have a multifaceted approach, and we communicate about data sources and new data sources via multiple channels, and those channels are focused on different groups. And their objective is obviously to get different groups acquainted with what we do. And here I have to say I was thrilled today with the presentation from Banco de Portugal with the Statflix. It's really fantastic, I have to say. And I can only congratulate my colleagues for this, I would say, fantastic idea and implementation it in practice.
Thank you, Pablo. Also, thanks to the organizers of this seminar. For the National Statistics Office, the issue of innovation is critical, and we have it in our strategic planning for the period 22-26. And the idea to innovate in the production of statistics is based on the idea that you need to look for new sources of information that reduce the burden to respondents. Households, firms face a lot of surveys from the national offices, and for production of statistics, you really need to look at another sources that replace this burden to firms and households. And these new sources are basically based on the idea that the states, governments, already have most of the information in their administrative records, and so you should exploit that information instead of, again, asking the community to provide that information through surveys. Let me give you a couple of examples in which we are developing these administrative records. We are working right now in a project called a new economics units register. This units register is thought to broaden the scope of the frame used to do surveys to economic units based on information from a lot of databases that are already in the government. And second, let me give you an example based on the Statistical Population Register. That is also a new project that we are developing in order to have population records that in the future will help us to replace the way we are doing population censuses. You know that next year we in Chile are having a census, and we are doing a traditional census in which we will survey the complete population. Well, that could be a change in the future if we could exploit a business, a statistical population register as the one we are trying to develop right now. I will stop there just to put the idea of the importance of administrative records for the production of statistics.
At the Central Bank, we've also been developing a lot of new uses for administrative records, but that has led to another issue that some of you have mentioned briefly, but I would like to drill down on that, which is when we have access to all these sources of new or pre-existing but non-exploited data, there's a significant challenges in terms of the governance, because there are cybersecurity risks, there are privacy issues, ethical considerations for the use of this data for different approaches. So that means that apart from using all these new sources or pre-existing sources of data, one needs to develop a governance structure. What has been your experience in this sense with this new push towards developing new statistics? I would like to hear your views on that.
That's a very important point, and indeed, you cannot envision an efficient and safe use of new sources without an accompanying governance that is in place. And that has been a little bit our experience as well. At the OECD, we did put, or we have a governance in place now. It was part of the strategy that we developed over the past few years, and I think there were a couple of things that we realized in so doing. The first one was the governance that we put in place is a mixture between sort of a formal governance where you have participants who act like delegates from the various parts of the house, from the various directorates. They represent their directorate and is for the statistical functions. And this is combined with what we call voluntary communities of practice. This is where you bring together people on a demand-based basis from different parts of the house because they share the same issues and problems. So you have a community of practice of people in the house who use R programming or Python programming. You have a community of practice of people who use geospatial data. And they come there because they're interested in this and because they share experience. And these communities of practice is something that is really vibrant and working very well. And so that is the first lesson, that you need those two elements to a functioning governance, especially in regards to the new sources. The second experience is that you need to think through the processes quite carefully that you apply. When you use new sources, you have all different exigencies in terms of the legal constraints, the institutional constraints, confidentiality constraints. People who use these data need to be clear about what the process is that they need to go through for a safe use, for confidentiality protection, and so on. And the third element, which is linked to what I just said, is that somewhat independent of the statistical function, the governance, there is a data protection officer at the OECD whose only job is to express and advise on privacy confidentiality issues, both for the data that we are governed in the sense of data for policy evidence, but also for the data that resides in the OECD as for its management purposes itself. So the distinction that Sandra made very nicely this morning.
Thank you. Bruno.
So we have relatively the same approach at the BIS. Perhaps I would emphasize that this issue of there is no one-size-fits-all model of data governance is very important. Compared central banks with other private firms is different. But even within the central bank, by types of data, the principles can be the same, but the processes, the way to apply them, the indicators, etc., they may be different because and on the statistical side, we should not reinvent the wheel. We have something that we can build on, which is, as mentioned in the case of Brazil, the fundamental principles of official statistics. So, of course, there are all these new challenges with these new sources of data, the way to address them, but at least we have something that is quite relevant. Currently, there is an ongoing people are revisiting a little bit the fundamental principles, but the main conclusion is that they are still very relevant and very helpful. And I would like to finish by the issue with this new data that we were not using before, that we are using now, is how to know your data, how to know the limitation. So data is not the reality, it's just a representation of the reality. We mentioned yesterday the issue of bias, or the fact that algorithm on data sets can perpetuate some processes that could be very biased. For example, when you provide credit, if in the past you didn't provide credit to a specific part of the population, using these new techniques will mean that in the future you will continue to have this bias. So the only answer to this issue is to really understand what the data is meaningless in this case, because it's a representation of the reality. Well, again, for statisticians, the answer is metadata, is understanding what the data mean.
Thank you, Bruno.
At the ECB, the data governance, we have like two dimensions of the data governance. One dimension is for our ESCB community, so the community of central banks and national competent authorities, so SSM. And there, of course, we have to ensure that there are certain principles of data management which are observed among all the institutions if we want to build together any kind of common data management platforms. And the second dimension is the institutional inside the dimension of the data governance, when we, I think, have a very similar structure as it was mentioned before. So there is a data committee which is strategically responsible for the decisions on the data management topics, and there is as well the data steward group, which is operationally on the ground executing those policies or guidance which is stemming from the discussion in the data committee.
And we have as well the data office, which is responsible to facilitate the entire process inside our institution. And of course, this works pretty well. Of course, it has its challenges, and I think the comment that it's not one size fits all is extremely valid here, because we see that obviously we have a certain challenges which does not appear to in other institutions. And here as well, the exchange and constant collaboration with other central banks, other institutions which are similar to ours, I think is a key to understand what works, what doesn't work, but as well for us to, at the end we have to put our own constraints, and then through these constraints see if the concepts which are working in certain institutions, they have chance as well to work in ours.
Thank you. Ricardo, governance at the INE.
Yeah. Well, when you start working with administrative records, you have to start thinking in the idea that the institution will start receiving and managing administrative records with real identifiers that is data produced within the state. And this requires a lot of being very careful about how you administrate that data, because it's very sensitive data, because the institute is, in a sense, the custodian of information that is with proper identifiers. So for that purpose, you have to establish a given governance. I am glad to listen to the European countries here. I am only the only one in Latin America. So we are lagging well behind the experience of many European countries. So probably what I'm going to say was done many years ago in Europe, but we are just starting. Let me tell you that in the year 2019, we just started with a new data governance unit. And that unit has important responsibilities regarding safeguarding the identified data. This is a small group, but is starting to establish all the processes required to custody this information within the institute. So, for instance, only limited group of people within the institute has access to this data, and that doesn't circulate all over the institution. So that is one issue, governance. And the other one that is probably even more important is information security. And for that purpose, we are also establishing a Department of Information Security since 2019 as well. And this unit is responsible for regulating and creating mechanisms to secure data handling, ensuring compliance with the statistical secrecy law that governs us. So that's more or less the governance. But again, this is a work in progress.
No, the structure of the state is interesting because you have these administrative records in many places across the government, and each of them are very secretive, and therefore there are some basic constraints at sharing information. Sometimes you have to be relatively creative on how to do this and preserve the anonymity, especially in organizations like in our case at the Central Bank, where we don't have that degree of access to information. So we need to be more creative in terms of making the cross matching and things like that. Now we've talked about new data sources, how to govern those new systems, and the data governance associated with that. And then comes the next step that also was mentioned by a few of you in your previous comments regarding communication. The availability of new data, the construction of new statistics, the significant more demand from the public for new sources of information, the pandemic that created also a number of new sources of data that were sometimes publicly accessed or created by statistical institutions, poses the challenge of how to communicate and how to talk to different audiences about the relevance, the timeliness, the pertinence of these different types of new statistics, so as to avoid particularly the misinterpretation, maybe the spread of fake news, of interpretations that are erroneous compared to what was intended at the beginning. Are these risks that you perceive in your institutions? How do you manage the communication part and the access to different audiences regarding the products, the digital products that you're making?
Maybe I'll start answering by referring to something that Ricardo just said about the desire to reduce the response burden for citizens and firms by, and that so-called once-only principle is something that's being tested out and worked on in a number of countries. The idea being that you only ask once, and then the information is shared between different parts of the administration. Now, there are two conditions for this to work. One is that the various parts of the administration that collect a particular piece of information are then ready to hand it over to the statistical office, which is not always ensured in practice, and I think you just mentioned this. But the second thing is that, in a way, this is a one-way street, because sometimes there's the expectation then that the statistical office would hand back information to the certain parts of the administration. That, of course, is not possible, because it would jeopardize the independence and credibility of the statistical office. So a once-only principle put in place requires also a lot of communication about the role of the statistical office with regard to the other parts of the administration, so that citizens are not under the impression that Big Brother is now watching them, and the statistical office combines all the tax information and hands it back to the tax office. So there's an important communication aspect to this sort of efficiency aspect that is pursued in many places. That was sort of a little bit of a side remark. In terms of communication, well, we had some really excellent presentations today already. I think for us, the key is that we are moving in a state where we're going from pure dissemination to listening and to engagement. And again, I mean, this was very well explained this morning. It includes also seeking the spaces where people are actually operating, like social media and so on, trying to bring trusted evidence to these places, finding out about users, but also finding out about non-users, understanding why, young people don't go to the OECD website if they want to know, internationally comparable data, that they go somewhere else. Okay, why is this the case? And what can we do? What can we do differently? Finally, I mean, this idea of statistical offices or central banks, partners in the statistical systems, are the places to go for trusted information is something that in itself needs to be communicated on. So we need to explain what we're doing to preserve or to assure quality. Okay, and I mean, not just putting it out, saying with it, but actually explaining what is happening to do this. And hopefully that will help maintaining this trust.
Thank you. Bruno.
Yeah, I would not resist to react a little bit on data sharing, because IFC has been working a lot on data sharing, and there are several dimensions. There is data sharing issues within the organization, for example, between the supervisory and the policy, monetary policy bodies in the central banks, across domestic institutions like NSO, central banks, private sector providers also, And internationally, the BIS tries to promote international data sharing. We actually have an exchange of confidential data across countries organized by the BIS. And what the report was saying is that all these processes that you were mentioning are extremely important, but it's also very cultural. So it's also simply that silos exist because people do not exchange. So one issue highlighted by this report was really to this cultural dimension and the fact that people should know what the others are doing to try to make progress. On communication, so I will not repeat what has been said. Perhaps one specificity at the BIS is the focus on the long-term view when we communicate to the public or also to the policymakers, because our key public is the central banks. And the idea is that with all this new granular information, there is really a risk that we are overwhelmed by information and that we focus a lot on specific information and we miss the big picture. So the idea would be how to facilitate, how to help people to see the forest and at the same time the trees that are in the forest. And what we try to do at the BIS is really to have some kind of, so collect granular information that we can zoom in case of needs, but also provide aggregate indicators like deviation of asset prices or the credit indicators that you were mentioning in the case of Brazil, so deviation of credit to some kind of long-term trends. So we have this kind of indicators to facilitate this understanding that yes, something may go wrong at a macro level. You don't really know what, and then because you say that there is something that may go wrong, you can go deeper into the micro data. But at least you can have the two approaches, because the risk is that if you don't have this macro view, you are lost in the details.
Thank you, Bruno. A check on communication.
Maybe I get back a little bit to data sharing as well, because I would like to ask maybe a little bit provocative question. How far can confidentiality weigh on the efficiency of statistical production, and if we have really this balance right? Because today, confidentiality limits a lot data sharing. And I think we all understand perfectly that reporting agents, they need to get an assurance that the data which they share with us will be used for statistical purposes. But if they get such an assurance, that for me, the data sharing should be by default, and only in exceptional cases we can stop or exclude data sharing. And one maybe additional point to the data sharing, I see as well that usage of these algorithms which can anonymize data, which can use homomorphic encryption, there are still a lot unexplored areas there. And we should, at least in my view, invest to see if employing those algorithms, we cannot really foster and help with the data sharing. And coming back to communication, I think that storytelling, that we based our statistical communication on storytelling with real-life examples, that people can get and read and understand what are the consequences of the data which we share with them. I think this is one of the elements which I will add to the puzzle of the communication which we have talked about already a bit during the conference, or maybe more than a bit during the conference.
On the data sharing, I cannot but reflect that there is this paradox that we as users of social media are more than willing to share a lot of data with no concerns at all. But on the other hand, as producers of statistics, the institutions are very concerned that people shouldn't be doing that unless they explicitly say so. So there is a bit of a paradox on human behavior mainly, but it's a very good point on the default option. So, and on communications, we have a census coming, and there is a big issue of communication there, of course.
Yeah, sure. Communication for the I was going to say Central Bank. That's my mind betrays me.
Your old self talking.
Yeah, communication for the Office of Statistics is crucial. I mean, you need to segment the public. There are different audiences, so you have to be very clear to which public you are talking to. So that's an exercise that you have to do very carefully. And as a matter of fact, at INE, we have segmented different activities to communicate. For instance, we communicate through public conferences for a broad audience. We have technical conferences for smaller audiences. And even we have some engagement with a very specialized audience. For instance, through a course we started this year on our language, and we were surprised to receive like 4,500 students. We didn't ever imagine that we would have such a big audience with programming language. And this has been a success. That tells you how this type of statistics and this type of area is very popular right now in certain segments. So that's an experience regarding segmenting. But of course, social media is the name of the game right now for certain challenges for the INE. In particular, for instance, thinking about the census of next year, we have developed a special area which is monitoring social media and has different channels to inform the community about all the activities related to the census. Because we think that through those mechanisms, we can avoid a lot of confusions among the community, and of course we can also communicate a lot of aspects of the census that the community has to know beforehand. So social media, I would say, is critical right now for INE. We have different platforms. We have Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, now called X, etc., and the population and housing census with a special account on each of these platforms.
Thank you. So on communication, it's quite interesting to note that it's not only the supply, from our point of view, on how to create new channels of communication, how to reach different audiences, but it's also aiming, or at least trying to foster an environment where the demand is more knowledgeable, where the communities are more informed about statistics. What you mentioned about the interest on R, I think is very helpful in the sense that, because people need to know about statistics so that they can understand statistics. And you see a challenge there at the educational level and in terms of transmitting uncertainty. These are very, very challenging issues in terms of the communication area. Now, looking ahead, I would like to get you to talk about future challenges. What comes next? What are the things that are most relevant that statistical producers must address in the coming years? And in particular, in your specific institutions, which are the areas that you feel or you think should be strengthened the most going forward? What is your view?
Well, I don't want to repeat myself what I said yesterday morning, but I think in terms of the substance, the issues around linking those different areas that we've been looking at, like around production, national accounts, with the beyond GDP area, thinking about how we can inject, say, distributional concerns into our macroeconomic aggregates, thinking more about the different types of assets that we want to measure. Those are the things that keep coming back through the big priorities of the policymakers. How to make digitalization visible. I mean, we've heard a number of really good presentations on this, which is a matter of granularity also about international coherence in terms of adopting similar classifications, similar concepts. Otherwise, we won't be able to produce internationally comparable data. So I think there are a number of important developments in terms of substance that we need to follow. In terms of the governance, or in terms of the internal challenges that are posed to us, I think probably the two single most important ones that I see more from a management perspective is managing the change that all this involves in the way that we go about our work, with new sources, with new data, with new institutional arrangements. That managing that change in an efficient way is something that is a real challenge, I think, for all our institutions. Secondly, attracting and retaining the right people and human capital for this. I mean, this is a big issue. We know how difficult it is in today's labor market to attract the right profiles, and there are many things that need to be done to train those people who are in place. And I mean, again, this morning, I mean, the Statflix was a fantastic example of a tool for training, also in-house. We also have e-learning tools that we developed, say, for STMX and other things, but a lot of investment needs to go into developing data skills within our organization and maintaining them. And this is not, it's an ongoing effort that, of course, is moving very fast because the technology and the tools are moving very fast too. And sometimes I think the need for investment is not always fully appreciated. So there's also, how should I say, a need for internal communication sometimes towards our front offices and in general to substantiate the need for skills development among staff. Last point on this, I think this is also an area where international cooperation and co-investment can come in. I mean, there's no need for every statistical office to develop its own e-training on certain things if the questions and the tools are similar. And the Portuguese, the Statflix is available in English, is excellent, and it's something that can be used by others as well. And I think there are many opportunities to go down that avenue internationally and by way of cooperating across institutions.
Thank you, Paul. And Bruno.
We start with the second question, which is what is the next main priorities? For me, it's just to continue the work on closing the data gaps. So yes, we are saying we have a lot of data, but we are still missing a lot of data that we need to, and this was mentioned this morning, to close the data gaps. We have this international initiative that was initiated after the great financial crisis, Data Gaps Initiative 1, 2, supported by the G20. Now we are in the third phase. We still are missing comparable data on house prices, on commercial residential prices, on non-bank financial intermediation, fintech, and now we are also developing new things in DGI 3 with climate finance. So a lot of work, and statistics is a very slow-moving boat. So even in DGI 1, we launched some data collection globally, and we have still not finished these data collections, for example, on trade repositories, on derivative statistics that the BIS is supposed to aggregate at the global level. It takes a lot of time to finish the job. So for the next 2 decades, I think I have enough.
Plenty of work.
Yeah. On the challenge, well, a lot has been said, so I would not like to repeat. Perhaps I could simply highlight one challenge that the BIS has always been putting forward is when we look at financial crisis, it always comes from complacency. So the fact that people are always saying, well, things are different now, we know better, and we can take more risk, and then you have excessive risk-taking, and then you have something that happens. And perhaps this can happen again, especially because now we become even more complacent because we say, oh, we have all this new data, we have all these new tools, so by definition, we are better informed. But we still know that the unknowns are still there. COVID was a good example. Nobody could expect COVID, but even very technical things like what we saw during the great financial crisis, the dislocation in the forex swap markets. When we saw that, I remember in 2008, we didn't believe the data. We thought, no, it cannot be, because there was, we were sure that there should be some arbitrage, and so we thought, I remember at the BIS, this should go down rapidly, and then it lasted for many years. So this kind of unknowns is very difficult to keep in mind. And the problem is that, in addition, we take policies, especially on financial markets, to change the situation. So, in fact, the underlying situation changed because of the policy you are taking based on the data you have. So, all in all, the risk is really that you are complacent because you think you have a lot of information, but at the end of the day, it may lead to take more risk based on this false sense of security. And yeah, perhaps I'm wrong, but perhaps we will still need to be cautious looking ahead in terms of risks of crisis.
Well, we've had crises for many, even centuries, and data and statistics have improved significantly, so there's something inherent in the cycle, I think, that is relevant. Also, this idea that statistics is a very slow-moving train, and how to change tack when you see these events popping up is quite a challenge, right? It's quite a challenge. So Maciek, what do you think about future challenges?
When I look for the future challenges, I agree with my colleagues that with most of these challenges, I will add maybe additional elements. And here we had a very interesting session about climate change indicators. And I think that climate change indicators, they need to be consistently used for monetary policy decisions. And today, we still have issues with compute these indicators. Those are complex indicators. There are a number of limitations, and there will be really a challenge to get those indicators to the state when they will really work well for our decision-making monetary policy processes. So this is one of the challenges which I really see here, and it was a very interesting, really super interesting presentations about this. One additional element which was mentioned briefly as well is the standardization for the bank reporting. That it is, we put less burden on banks when they report. So we reduce costs for them as well of reporting, reporting in the different countries or cross-border reporting. And here at the ESCB, we are launching the Integrated Reporting Framework program, which is supposed to help us in going in this direction. Close collaboration with the banking industry is one of, as well, of the prerequisite for these challenges to really produce results which can be later, which the community and the banking industry can benefit of. So those are elements like semantic integration. It cannot be that everyone under, I don't know, loan understands something different, because we will never ever be able to get to a comprehensive statistics. So this is one of the elements which I think we need to as well invest in and get into the dialogue with the banking industry to get it really, really right. And then one additional, maybe extreme example, because indeed statistics are moving very slow. A little bit too slow for me, but it's a different topic. But the tools and technology below is moving very fast. And imagine that we have a car, and every half a year, everything changes in that car. No? There is a different place for the steering wheel. There is a different place for switching on lights, and everything you have to learn from the beginning. What do you need to cope with such changes? Of course, the data literacy. You need to have a very good programs which will allow data sciences, generally speaking, people which are dealing with data, to be able to use these tools in an efficient way. Because if they are using these tools not on everyday basis, they are lost. And the price for them to get back and start again with this tool is very high. So the data literacy, but not only from the perspective of the all the elements related to reference data, metadata, but as well from the perspective of tooling and technology which is behind that. And I hope here that soon artificial intelligence will help us and will make it easier for us. And I think there was as well an excellent presentation from the professor from here from the universities, which shows this picture of the multiple buttons. Let's imagine a future when we don't have these buttons, but we just say what we want, and the artificial intelligence will be able to deliver it to us. So this is the challenges, I think, which I see ahead of us.
Thank you. Thank you. Closing remarks before we go to the floor.
Yes, I would like to put the ball to the ground in terms of the National Statistical Office challenges. I would say that the first one is more than a National Office Statistics challenge, a national statistics challenge for the country as a whole, is to have a law, a statistical law that really gives the authority to the statistical office to receive all these administrative records from the state. So we are working on that for a long time, but it would be very nice that the country really gives a law that allows INE to receive all this data, because then we will be able to integrate information more easily. We are doing it right now, but only on a voluntary fashion. So that's the first challenge. The second one, of course, is to exploit the administrative records that we right now have at the INE. And we are doing several activities and indicators, but of course we should do more on that. Let me give you some examples just to illustrate how we are right now exploiting these records. For instance, we are doing something on labor turnover based on the information provided by the superintendents of pensions. So we receive these administrative records, and then we are allowed to produce an indicator on inflow and outflow of workers in the formal market. So through that administrative records, we are already publishing indicators on turnover of workers since last year. Another area in which we are also exploiting indicators based on administrative records would be the capture of prices through web scraping. So we are right now doing some work on trying to calculate price indexes for certain goods of the CPI based on this technology of web scrapping that is basically an automaticized search of data on websites through different mechanical searches for certain products, for instance, technological products, cell phones, tourist packages. All this is, of course, experimental and is used as a contrast for the official indicators. But it's very nice to contrast these two sources of information. We are also using what is called scanner data-derived records, in which companies provide us the whole database of their sales. And for that purpose, INE is already incorporating these huge databases for certain supermarket products in the CPI. That's already incorporated. And of course, that alleviates the supermarkets receiving a person from the INE that goes to survey them. So it is a reduction of the response burden. So just those are a few examples, but of course we would like to do a lot more on administrative records and also on something that we haven't mentioned yet anything about it, but is in the area of, for instance, in satellite images. That is very interesting, the ways we can exploit certain characteristics of these satellite images. For instance, to characterize households in terms of their socioeconomic level. For instance, night images of satellites that can be used to characterize socioeconomically a household. That is something very new that can be done with the use of satellite images. Finally, I would say that is also a challenge, Paul also already mentioned, is how this new information is worked within the institute or the organization. Because this brings a lot of challenges on the way you have to face the work, the type of skills you need to have, the type of TI departments, etc., etc. So there are a lot of challenges of organizational aspects that are brought when you start thinking of new sources of information.
Thank you, Ricardo. You brought up satellite imagery, and I remember seeing a study that showed that GDP estimates using that data are closely aligned to official statistics in democracies, but less so in non-democratic states, which is interesting as a contrasting view. Okay, so we have still a few minutes, and we can open the floor to questions from the audience. Maybe we can take a couple of questions and again get our panelists some final remarks regarding those.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Eduardo. I'm with the Central Bank. Very interesting conversation. As a user of new information, of new data, I want all the data I can get, right? All the information is not enough for us as researchers. However, I guess my question was, as a producer of this information, as a user of social media, etc., I'm exposed, I generate a lot of information and data. So my question for the panel, for all of you is, where do we draw a line as to, or where do we exercise restraint to the point where we stop looking for more data? Because for like a private institution, that's easy, right? We want to all the information we can get. But for us as public institutions, I'm guessing there's a point where we should stop and say, do we really need, I don't know, this specificity of data, this private information. So I wanted to ask about the panel about that on your view. Thank you.
Thank you. So, is there such a thing as too much data? Maybe we can start the opposite way. Maybe.
Yeah, I would say that the answer goes basically evaluating user needs. The statistical offices are financed by public resources, and the main purposes is to satisfy the demands of the public. So, of course, we would like to do everything as we can to satisfy users, but of course there's a limit in terms of budget. So in order to determine the limit, I would say first, listen users, and second, do a cost-benefit analysis in which you can finally define if it's worth disaggregating already known data at an extremely high cost rather than using the same resources to improve the quality of our more used statistics. So it's not that difficult if you think it that way.
Good economist answer, right? Good.
I very much agree, to be honest, and I don't see this very different from the private sector companies. We have to do a cost-benefit analysis, and we have to see if the effort which we put in computing whatever additional indicators is worth the benefits of having it. So for me, there is not much difference here, and this will be my answer.
Well, I would emphasize the point on priorities and refer again to the Data Gaps initiative, because it was not something that was led by the international organization. It was supported by us, but it was also led by the countries themselves, the G20, and also non-G20 countries that wanted to be with us. And the main purpose was really to say, okay, we have limited resources, we need to prioritize, and we need to do this in a collective way because it's a global economy. And as you mentioned, the outcome was, yes, we have to focus on climate change. Yes, we have to focus on inequalities. So, and this is very important to have this prioritization exercise. On your point that too much data, it depends. It depends because think of COVID. There are data sets that were not useful, but suddenly we were in the dark because we didn't have surveys, unemployment surveys, etc. And then you had to switch to these alternative data sets. Today, do we need this data? No. But we need to have the possibility to explore the data in case of need. This is a concept of a kind of statistical buffer in case of need. So you should never say, never I will look into this data. You never know what could happen.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add to what has been said here. Assessing the priorities and the relevance is something that is an ongoing process, and it's another thing where we need to think about governance. Okay, I mean, how do we actually have a useful process in place so as to determine the priorities and to drop the things that we don't need to do any further? I mean, you mentioned the Data Gaps initiative. That's a good example, actually, where a lot of advice comes from the policy domain and then helps us putting things in place. And I think there's a question of how can we keep this up as we go forward. And the other point that you made, Bruno, about the need to being able to respond to these shocks like COVID and suddenly demand for things that weren't there before is very relevant too. But again, we need to maintain a certain capacity to switch things on and off as we go forward. During COVID, the OECD put in place a weekly GDP tracker for its countries. That was really useful at that time because all the things were going all over the place. Well, today it's much less important to have some sort of weekly estimate of GDP, and but the question is now, what do we do with the skills and the capacity that we built up to produce this. Okay, we don't want to lose it because the next thing may be just around the corner. So we want to preserve that, but at the same time, it's not very efficient to keep producing something that may be of lesser relevance as we speak. So I think there's an ongoing conversation to be had at which are the topics that we want to put forward and which are the capabilities that we need to preserve on an ongoing basis.
So it's interesting because looking at it from a purely economic point of view, it's clear that the supply is upward sloping. The supply, because it's the demand for statistics in the end has to be met by a supply of human capital that is able to understand and produce. Big tech actually has a big impact on this because when you go to the job market for economists and you try to recruit, the market has changed massively compared to 10 years ago because the big techs, they have all this data, they don't know what to do about it, so they hire highly skilled human capital to then process it and create sort of valuable products for the private sector. So the slope is upward sloping. So it's clearly it goes up, therefore the cost is increasing. So I think we have time for one last question.
I have a question to Maciej Brzezinski. How to achieve a balance between the potential of data sources and data science while also considering cybersecurity, ethics, and data privacy issues? Also at the European Central Bank, you have to work with data from many countries. So my question is, how do you manage the data governance in this case? Is it is independent from each country, or are you trying to have one centralized unit? Thank you.
It's a complex, very complex question, and it's a complex governance question as well. So I am not 100% sure if I will be able to answer this in a couple of minutes. But in practice, we are currently, as I mentioned, we are trying to build a common data management platform. When these things which you were mentioning, they can be standardized. Because of course we are getting aggregated data. There are a lot of discussion about the confidential statistical information and who can have access to this data, who cannot have access to this data. Users which needs to justify why they want to have access to particular data sets and even particular part of the data sets. And now, because those data sets are owned by the ESCB in practice and are collected by the ECB, that means as well that there is a not unified governance for these different data sets. And of course, it produces certain challenges. You can imagine that one data set is managed or governed in the one way and the second in slightly different way, which obviously does not add to simplicity. So the simple answer is it's complex. And of course, from the IT perspective, our colleagues are doing at most to secure access to data using different type of available technologies. With what means in practice that we have a warehouse with a pretty complex roles model which allows certain being it units or individual people having access to a data sets, of course for the purpose of the production of statistics. So I hope that I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Maciej. And with 1 minute and 36 seconds left, I think we have covered a lot of ground. I want to thank you all for your very deep thoughts. This is being recorded, so I'm sure it will be a reference for the future. And we'll see in the future if all these thoughts about what's coming actually played out and how we face all these challenges. So before we give the floor to Gloria for closing remarks, let's just give our panelists a round of applause.
We want to ask the panelists to remain on their seats while we listen to Gloria Peña, our statistic directors, for the closing remarks. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Dear colleagues and friends. Okay. Dear colleagues and friends, we have reached the end of the 5th Statistics Conference, Information to Unlock the Future. It was a great pleasure to see each other in person. I believe we can all agree that it has been a successful, productive, and an inspiring event. Over the course of a day and a half, we have had the opportunity to learn from each other's experiences, exchange knowledge and expertise, and broaden the scope of our analysis regarding digital economy, artificial intelligence, communication, data governance, and the opportunities and challenges associated with the future of information. We also review ways to enhance the accounting of natural capital, aiming to contribute to a more comprehensive analysis on sustainability issues that address emerging user needs in this area and its economic impact. Furthermore, we explored the significance of data, especially microdata, within our organizations, highlighting its critical role in analysis and decision-making to gain a better understanding of economic developments, design public policies, and in turn assess their impact on the economy. We are living times of profound digital and technological transformation, and we want to be part of it. We need to stay relevant and enjoy the advantages of these changes. As the recent pandemic has shown, we have the opportunity to change the way we produce statistics, becoming more efficient and flexible, while also improving communications and reaching new audiences. We emphasize the importance of effective communication with diverse audiences, promoting active listening practices when engaging with data users. At the same time, we have learned these days that there are many aspects and challenges to take into account. Artificial intelligence provides many benefits, but we also need to protect the society from deepfakes, fake news, and in general, the misuse of these new technologies. We still have many questions to answer. How can we protect personal information? Should personal information be used to train this kind of models? We will need to adopt common standards and procedures to continue improving data management and dissemination, as well as to promote innovation to keep pace with these advancements while mitigating their associated risk. At the same time, we will have to keep quality, trust, and safeguard ethics in our work. The role of the international organization is key in addressing the challenges and fostering extensive collaboration. All these insights are aimed at ensuring that we can continue to provide timely, reliable, and comprehensive statistics and serve better the society. Before concluding, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Board of Directors of the Bank for their support, to the presenters, panelists, for their generosity, sharing their knowledge and expertise with us, and to all of you, and also to those who join us virtually, totaling more than 1,000 participants from approximately 20 countries. Finally, I must also express my gratitude to the team behind every detail of this conference: Beatriz Velázquez, Helen Parker, Montserrat Vilches, Ricardo Villarreal, Daphne Giloff, and all of that contributed to the organization of this event. Thanks to Patricia, our Master of Ceremony, to the technical team, and also to the translators. I wish you all the best and look forward to seeing you again at the 6th conference in 2025. For those who came from abroad, I wish you a safe travel. Thank you very much.